Request, since I'm going to be talking to the food biotechnology admits, I request them to switch on their videos.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the orientation session. Today we'll be starting with the orientation of DBT courses. Good afternoon, Lakshmi ma'am. Yeah, we can start.
Thank you, Prathamesh. The Department of Biotechnology is supporting 3 postgraduate programs at ICT. They are the Masters in Technology in Bioprocess Technology, second is Masters in Technology in Food Biotechnology, and third is Masters in Technology in Pharma Biotechnology. I am the program coordinator for the Food Biotechnology program, and in that capacity, I will be addressing my students. I begin with a very warm welcome to all the students who have taken admission to this program, and I also congratulate them for having successfully cleared their GAT-B exams, on the basis of which this admission has been granted to them. So special congratulations and best wishes to all the students for all the 3 courses, and particularly to the students of Food Biotechnology program. I request the students of Food Biotechnology program to please switch on their cameras so that I get to see some of them. I don't know otherwise who is who. Is it possible for the students of the Food Biotechnology program to switch on their cameras? Their videos. So, let me start by saying that these postgraduate programs are 2 years after the graduation degree, and out of the 2 years there are 4 semesters. First 2 semesters are mostly dedicated to finish theory courses. Of course, there are some practical courses also, and we do start research from the first semester itself. So as soon as you people have taken admission, within 15 days or maximum 3 weeks, you will be able to see the suggested research topics and seminar topics on the MIS in your login, and you will be able to select your topics, and based on your selection and based on your merit rank, you will be allocated research guides and seminar guides. So you can start on these 2 activities. Now in semester 1, in addition, you have 5 theory courses, of which 3 are core courses and 2 are electives. You also have 1 practical course, that is the 6th one, and then you have seminar plus critical review of research paper, and then you have research 1. Likewise, in semester 2, you have 5 theory courses, 1 practical course, and research 2. Semester 3 and semester 4 are totally dedicated to carrying out your research work. You have to full-time focus on working in the laboratory on the research topic that has been given to you. You will have to carry out experiments, and you will have to compile your data, and you will have to carry out analysis, and you will have to compile all this data, and at the end of the 4th semester, that is at the end of the 2-year master's program, you will be writing a thesis and submitting it for evaluation. We will be appointing an external examiner who, along with your research guide, will be evaluating your thesis. You will also be expected to defend your work in an open defense forum. and based on the thesis submitted and your defense in the open defense, you will be awarded your degree. Now, the food biotechnology program is an interdisciplinary program which is interfacing between food technology and biotechnology. I'm not sure now, but probably next week when I interact with the students in a more detailed way, I will come to know what is the composition of the students who have taken admission, how many are from the food background, how many are from the biotechnology background. I don't have an idea right now, but based on my past experience, almost 90% of the students, which means 9 out of 10, are from the biotechnology background. Now, students from the biotechnology background are therefore stepping into a new domain of food technology. So they really need to study some subjects related to food science and technology, and therefore our semester 1 courses are totally dedicated to introducing the fundamental concepts of food chemistry, food technology, food preservation, then food analysis, food safety, and food regulations. All these are very important if you have to function professionally in a food industry. So the semester 1 is totally dedicated to these kind of coursework. Semester 2 would then be more dedicated towards biotechnology courses. We also have biotechnology of fermented foods. We have introduction to food biotechnology, introduction to genetics and to cell culture technology. Then we have bioprocess technology, that is fermentation technology, and many others. And we have the applications of enzymes in food processing and in the feed industry, and many such subjects. Now, for each of the theory courses, it will be of 50 marks, and there will be an in-house teacher, and in addition to the in-house teacher, part of the syllabus is also being covered by a visiting faculty. The visiting faculty is usually an expert appointed from the industry, who probably actively working in the industry, or who has recently retired from the industry, or the visiting faculty sometimes is from another academic institute. In this way, we ensure that each and every student gets exposed to not only the in-house teachers but also to experts from the outside world. The academic environment at ICT is very vibrant. We have a number of activities lined up almost throughout the year. We have activities related to research, to teaching. We have many lectures organized, given by experts who are visiting us. Our department also has many doctoral students who are working on their research topics. So throughout the year, there will be some student giving their open defense, so you people can attend that and gain knowledge. In addition to that, we also have many other co-curricular activities. We also have extracurricular activities. I think Prathamesh, as the General Secretary, may be in a better position to describe all these extracurricular activities to you all. In general, the ICT culture tries to nurture a holistic and a total development of the student. We want our students to not only be intellectual, but we also want them to be able to participate in team activities and to nurture other aspects of their personality, which is, in today's world, is very important. When you apply for a job, people are going to check out whether not only your marks or your rank or your CGPA, or those are important, no doubt, but in addition to that, they are trying to test your psychology, your personality, what type of a person you are, how capable you are, to what extent you have developed your soft skills, how well you are able to communicate, All these things have become very important. I'm sure most of the students also have this concern about job placements at the end of the program, and it's a very valid concern. So yes, we do have a central placement cell in ICT. Currently, Dr. Anant Kapadi from the chemistry department is the coordinator of the central placement cell. In addition to the central placement cell, we also have placement activities within each department. So in the foods department also, we have faculty members who are actively trying to keep in touch with industry people to find out if there are any potential placements for our students. While it is definitely a matter of concern that after investing so much time and money, you should get a land with a good job, I would strongly advise all the students that from day one, don't focus only on getting a job. Rather, you focus on your studies and see that you study well, be well prepared with all your coursework, and then you will be a confident person. See, when do you lack confidence? When you lack knowledge. If your knowledge base is strong, then automatically you will come across as a confident individual. So it is very important to be confident during your interviews, and that can come only if your knowledge base is sound. So right now, please do focus on the knowledge aspect of your coursework. Secondly, I don't know, you people are coming from all over the country. You have done your graduation programs in different institutes. So you all are exposed to different work cultures. But let me tell you that the work culture in ICT tends to be, to use a very harsh word, very brutal it is. That is, there are so many courseworks, and every teacher will be giving you a lot of information through presentations. In addition, we also give our students assignments on various topics. There is this continuous assessment, I'll come to that. So you are given a lot of written assignments, oral presentation assignments, and then you have the mid-sem exam, the end-sem exam. So constantly you are studying, writing assignments, submitting assignments. So what I'm trying to say is, you should slowly develop robust coping mechanisms to utilize your time and to manage your stress levels. If you are not able to develop coping mechanisms, you will end up becoming stressed, and you will end up mismanaging your time. If you mismanage your time, you will end up missing classes, falling sick, and then the entire academic curriculum will get out of your control. So don't be there from day one. Try to attend all the lectures. I believe this semester also, I may be, I can stand corrected if I'm wrong. I believe your classes are going to be online. Mostly it's going to be online because we have some issues with hostel accommodation right now. So since we are going to have online classes, I would sincerely urge all of you all to attend the classes regularly, and not only to attend but to participate and to interact. You know, anybody can click on a link, and we can keep our microphones muted and our videos stop, and we can physically show that we are present for the meeting, for the lecture, but actually we are not, until we talk and interact. And it is all okay to not know everything, because I don't think everybody knows everything. So you have to, it is okay to ask questions, and nobody is going to feel that, oh, you don't have knowledge. But if you ask questions, you will get answers, and that way you will learn. Now, for every course, we have a continuous assessment, we have a mid-sem test, and we have an end-sem test. The course is of 50 marks. Each course is of 50 marks, and the breakup is continuous assessment is for 10 marks, 15 marks is dedicated for mid-sem tests, and 25 marks are dedicated for end-sem tests. The mid-sem test and the end-sem tests are scheduled by the institute, whereas the continuous assessment is left to the concerned teacher to take it as they want and whenever they want. So different teachers will carry out the continuous assessment activity in different ways. Some teachers may conduct quizzes, some teachers may give you topics for oral presentation, some teachers may give you written assignments. You can have any format of continuous assessment based on the teacher, but the teacher will definitely give you some idea about the manner in which they are going to carry out this assessment. So your semesters are going to be very, very hectic and packed with many academic activities, and therefore I urge you all not to procrastinate. You know, procrastination is not good. If you put off for tomorrow what you could do today, then you will land up tomorrow with more work. So you will keep on putting off things to the next day, and then the whole thing will escalate in such proportions that a day will come when you will have so much to do, you won't have enough time, and then you will be tempted to bunk classes. So don't do that. You every day on a day-to-day basis, it is good to keep doing whatever activity comes your way. The second important thing I want to emphasize is, and this is particularly true for interdisciplinary programs like the food biotechnology program, that within the time frame of our curriculum, we are taking some courses, but that does not really equip you with all the knowledge that is required to function effectively in a food industry. So I would urge you all to keep reading extra information and seek extra knowledge through reading, through attending lectures given by outside experts, to attend colloquiums, to attend open defenses, to participate in all other co-curricular activities, to interact with experts. All this will go a long way in making you a better professional. So reading on your own is very, very important. Now, I have spoken for almost 15, 16 minutes or so. I have about 4 minutes left. So I thought I will reserve these 4 minutes for any specific questions that students of food biotech background wish to ask. So I'm open to answering questions. I request the students of food biotech background to ask if they have any doubts, queries. So Prathamesh, why are the students not responding? Any idea?
No, the students are present. I guess there might not be any doubt.
They are not comfortable talking.
Uh, yeah, it's just the second interaction today.
See, unless they ask, it's difficult for me to just keep saying something. You know, I don't know whether I'm making sense also now out of what. So can I urge the students, somebody to ask me something? Okay.
Students from MTech Food Biotech, they can just raise their hands. Like, how many students are present in the meeting? We get an idea.
How many are you able to spot?
4 of them as of now.
Only 4? Okay, anyway, so I just have another couple of minutes to finish my talk.
Yeah.
I can see a message. How can we perform practical through online mode? Okay, that's a good question. I think it is Mr. Digvijay Pratap who has asked this question. And my answer is, you already know that we have faced more than 2 years of the pandemic, and we have solved this problem by conducting the practicals on online mode. The concerned teacher who is supposed to take your practicals will be sharing the laboratory exercise notes with you prior to the practical turn, and they will be explaining to you all the practicals, and they will also share some videos with you all. And eventually, hopefully, let us say by the second semester, when you join the ICT, we will give you a hands-on experience with all these practicals. So that is my answer. Any other question? Let me just see on the chat box if I can see any more questions. That is the only question that seems to have come through the chat box.
Yeah, only one question.
So let me conclude. About a minute left for me. Let me conclude by saying that the research topics that are given to you for carrying out your research projects are very relevant to today's field of research. Some of them are on in the area of functional foods, then nutraceuticals. There will be some work related to food fermentations, enzymes, microbial metabolites, maybe wine making from fruits, then some non-thermal processes, application of non-thermal processes in food preservation. Many such topics are being explored. We also urge our students to try and publish their work. So every research guide will urge their student to publish their work, so that also is a unique experience that is being offered by this course. If there are any seminars or conferences at the national level held, you can even present your work in the form of oral paper or in the form of a poster presentation, which will give you credit for doing that. So here the teachers are very well experienced, and they are very supportive, and they will definitely encourage you all to perform well in your research work and to be able to publish your work in some form or the other. So I think with this I will conclude by again wishing all the students the very best. Thank you, Prathamesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing the students. I hope all the students, it must be clear to them about the syllabus and everything. It will obviously get clearer as the lectures go on.
Can I log out?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next, we have Dr. Denis Jensen, sir, the course coordinator of Bioprocess Technology. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prathamesh. Good afternoon, all the bioprocess students. So, Prathamesh, any idea how many bioprocess student, BPT students are online?
Bioprocess students, can they just raise their hand? Like, we'll get to know.
Okay, so I don't see. Yes, there are quite a few. So I have seen quite a few. Yeah, around 12 too. So welcome all the students. Welcome to Institute of Chemical Technology. This is Dr. Denis Jensen. I'm currently coordinating course Bioprocess Technology. So MTech Bioprocess Technology course has been one of the oldest course supported by Department of Biotechnology. This is began its operation in 1993. One of our professor, very famous professor, Professor M.M. Sharma, conceptualized the idea of bioprocessing, which is right now one of the biggest industry. But back in 1993, it was just a growing biotechnology industry. Considering the need of a lot of engineers and technologists in the industry, this particular course has been initiated, which all of you are now becoming part of this. In last 30 years, so this course is getting completed. It's 30 years in next year, 2023, and you are going to be the batch who are going to witness the 30 years completion of this particular course. This course has resulted multiple alumni which are on different positions in biopharmaceutical industry, industrial biotechnology, and also other areas where bioprocessing is needed. This course actually initially began from Department of Foods. So as ICT, we have multiple departments. Madam have explained a lot of others. So we have Department of Chemical Engineering, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. We also have now Department of Biotechnology. We have Department of Food and Fermentation and other chemical technologies, which you call it polymers, dyes, textiles, and so on and so forth, which you can read anyway on ICT's website. So this particular course began from food because food biotechnology was one of the major area of that time, and eventually shifted to larger bioprocessing outlook. And presently, one of the major outlook is pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical industry, which most of our industry, most of the students are getting employed. So I will not going into the details of examination pattern, as controller of examination and also madam before us has covered, but largely there are 2 semesters. Each of the semester will have quite a few courses. So in the first semester, you'll be studying bioreaction engineering. There is a laboratory course, which once you join, you will have larger outlook. Before that, the teacher will also give you quite a few examples and more, learning objectives before you join physically to this particular course. In addition, I'll be teaching you introduction to biopharmaceutical manufacturing together with one of the industrial gas faculty, who will also give you industrial outlook to how to manufacture drugs and vaccines in biopharmaceutical setup. You will also have industrial biocatalysis and cellular and molecular biology as your course. In addition, you will also get a lot of opportunities for multiple invited lectures, which we will be arranging for your training and skill development. And once you join, you will also have other opportunities to conduct, some of the experimental work. That is going to be largely your first semester. Second semester will also having courses largely in analyticals, and also bioprocess unit operation 2 and industrial biocatalysis. So these are certain courses. Together with this, you will also be assigned seminar and critical review process. A seminar topic will be given when your guide allotment process will finish, and you will also be advised to do seminar with alternative guide. These are very time-intensive processes. As again, Madam explained, if you were listening to her, these are time-intensive process. So there is an expectation that you are in constant touch with your guides and making sure that all the activities are done on time and delivered on time. The training which you will get is largely how to read papers, how to understand research papers, and how to make sure that the research paper understanding is also explained by yourself in a common presentation. From this year onwards, you will also be beginning common presentations of seminars as well as critical review in a class setting, which used to be done in guide and student and third examiner, but we will have now more presentations. In terms of the course is one of the, as I told you, one of the oldest course. It also have a lot of responsibility in terms of teaching and learning. So though the students are getting recruited very quickly from this particular course, but all of you are expected to learn as much as possible during the first year, where large amount of learning will happen how to do research. And the second year is actually doing research. So in the first year, you should navigate yourself. You should understand more. You should the knowledge, because it's a master's course. It's not a bachelor course. That how your learning can be applicable in the research field. So if you are learning analytical, if you are learning bioprocessing concept, if you're learning molecular biology, your approach should be, how should I use this biology into practical application? And this is the entire objective of this particular course. This is a very good amalgamation of chemical engineering and biotechnology. It means biotech is half and engineering fundamentals are half. So it is very important for all of you to understand and amalgamate these learnings into your practices. I would also advise that you should study more. So there is a book of bioprocess engineering, which over the period of time, whenever we assign a CR, we will send it to you, and more bioprocess engineering books, which you could read it out. In terms of practices here, communication is one of the greatest key. So all the students are advised to communicate constantly whenever class representation is concerned with myself. And once CR is assigned, the CR will be in touch, he or she will be in touch with us. And we will keep letting you know the rules and regulations. Examinations, semesters are, these are constant process. So we advise of a constant attendance to your lectures and making sure that your learning is very regular. And if there are any challenges, if there is anything which you find it, challenging to you, you are advised again, come back to me. So one of the major thing which I highlight here, that whatever activities you plan in upcoming semester, which is shortly beginning, please keep communicating with me, where Prathamesh will communicate my email address as well as my number to you. And you are expected to reach out to me for any question you have, whether you have a question right now or whether you will have a question eventually. But communication is key. So there is, and in terms of examination pattern and other things, you are very well aware. We are also encouraging in the first year, a lot of work if you could do, or any midterm, experience or internship or anything within the semester, first semester and 2 semester, if you wish to do, you are pleased to do, but not at the time of academic semester, whenever you find a gap of 7 days or even 10 days or 15 days. So that, as per the timetable, you could probably look for those opportunities or any other skill development opportunity other than which we will plan it for you. And if you wish to opt for, please communicate this request to us, and we will look into those opportunities as well. But make most of it. ICT is one of the most prestigious institute in the biotech sector. So if if you look around, you are becoming part of one of the very prestigious legacy and very prestigious organization. It means you will have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders to perform ethically and to make sure that professionally you become a good bioprocess technologist. That's all from my side, Prathamesh. If there are any question, we can take that up. And if there are anything else, do communicate my contact details. I can talk to the students separately as well. And if there is any relevant question as of today, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, sure, sir. If any students from BPT have any doubts, they can just put it in the chat, or you can always unmute and.
So SEM 1 exams are going to be online or offline. Ankita, this is a good question. Largely, I think COE might have explained, Prathamesh, yesterday. We are expecting.
Yes, sir. We had the session.
Yeah. So this is going to be an offline examination, which is largely planned. If there are any changes, we are in a dynamic right now. We all are living in a dynamic world, but largely it is planned offline. But if there would be any changes, we will communicate to you well before in advance. About the placement scenario, Komal Kadam. So placements are right now almost, those who have opted for placements, industry placements, almost 100% placement has been done for the students which are there. With respect to placement, so you shouldn't be worried about placement. We are very well suited in that domain. Yeah, of course there are rules. So placement rules are very clear from this batch. Once you join a laboratory where you are supposed to start research, you must complete 4 months before you are eligible for placement. We have a central placement policy as well, and the central placement coordinators will be in touch with you. So that is a question, that's the answer of yours, Komal. Which type of topics we study? So in ICT, we have, as I told you, multiple departments. We have chemical technology, pharmaceutical technology, and chemical engineering. All bioprocess students are given this is an interdisciplinary course. Your guides are going to be in each and every department. So based on the preferences which you are going to choose, based on the profile of various various guides, you will actually be choosing the areas. So now areas are these are either you are working in pharmaceutical bioprocessing, or you are working in the 3D culture area, or you are food bioprocessing, or you are going to be some surfactants like biosurfactant being produced from the biomass. But most of the areas will either on the upstream or downstream bioprocessing, or you might be doing some enzymatic catalysis using certain biological material. So bioprocessing will remain there. The industry area, the industries can be largely different in terms of bioprocessing topics. There are more questions again. What is the syllabus? So I think syllabus is something, Pratmesh, is syllabuses are shared, or they are needs to be shared with the students?
No, sir, they needs to be shared.
Okay. So
once the lectures start, or once the departmental orientation happens, then we can surely.
So we don't have a departmental orientation. So what probably I could do, I will send the entire syllabus of bioprocess technology to Pratmesh, which will come to you as well. So this year's syllabus. So I think the timetable link, can you just paste it so they will understand the title and the teachers which are there? That the timetable must be there with them. Am I right?
Yes, sir. They must have received a mail from the academics. If not, then I'll coordinate and I'll let them know about the timetable.
Yeah. So can some student will tell us whether you have received the timetable for this is an online link. Yeah. So Ankita is saying that there is no timetable which has been communicated to them. So I think that would be great that the timetable is communicated. So
we will communicate it by tomorrow. No issues.
Yeah. And then that will also come along with the syllabus. So I'll be sharing Pratmesh immediately after this, so you can send it to them as well. Okay. Sure. Then the hostel, sir, when we came, what about the hostel? So hostel is, I think you will
sir, it is already addressed.
So please, I think that is not the mandate of my talk today. But warden is somebody who can address this question. You can also reach out to warden through your TA office. Then again about, I think there's a more question on hostel. Yeah, in research, can I choose a particular topic for research purpose? So the research is something, once your guide is allotted, you could probably, so there would be a departmental orientation. You could probably discuss this when multiple faculty members will present their research areas. So if you find any correlation of your chosen topic or the topic which you wish to work on, and if you find that some of the research guide are relevant to your topic which you want to work on, you can discuss more. And of course, research is something which you and your guide together can take a decision. So the liberty is always there. But it is between you and your research guide once it will come. So that will be largely taken, this decision together with both of you. So definitely this will be there. I think I'm answering your question, Rakesh. And another question is, so the question is, if you have done a food and you are taking admission in MTech Bioprocess, and whether you can be admitted into a biopharma industry. See, your last degree matters a lot, your project. So we have taken, even in previous cases, even the green technology student have been getting job in biopharma industry. So as long as industry is concerned, it will basically your MTech course. So my advice to you, to who is asking questions, Sagar. So Sagar, my advice is to you, if you study hard in your master's and also do a relevant project, there is high likelihood that you probably will get a job which you are looking at it. There is no, I mean, your last degree and last thesis matters a lot before you are placed. So that is not a challenge. So I think I have answered. I'll not spend much time now because there is, another coordinator, my colleague of mine, who's going to speak. So a couple of more I've taken instead of was my. Oh, so Vandana is saying that I have taken admission in ICT Mumbai instead of IIT Guwahati for placement. Was my decision right? I think you have taken a very nice decision of choosing our institute. About right or wrong, I think the time will definitely tell you. So this is my answer, Vandana. But as far as your decision is there, ICT Mumbai has demonstrable experience, and definitely based on the demonstration which ICT has done, you must have taken a decision. So I think whether it is right or wrong, it is, you can tell us more after, graduation and once you come out from this institute. But the institute is one of the finest institution in bioprocessing, which is something which you should be proud of. Because of the online, we will miss so much of the practicals. So please see if it can open early as possible. Yes, Ria, we are trying our best that we will open as early as possible, and our administration will be in touch with you. Good. So I think I have answered most of the question, Prathamesh, considering Dr. Prajakta is waiting. I request student that it seems there are a lot of questions. Please share my number. I think I'll be able to answer questions by email or by phone whenever, or I can take a separate session if they have more question to, understand. So please help them out and let me know whatever I need to do.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. I'll surely share the syllabus as well as your mail ID to the students of BPT. Yeah. After this, we'll have Dr. Prajakta with us, course coordinator of Pharma Biotech.
Yeah. So thank you, Prathamesh.
Yeah.
And I welcome all the master students to the Institute of Chemical Technology. I am the course coordinator for MTech Pharmaceutical Biotechnology course. This is the most recent DBT supported course, which was started at the ICT Mumbai campus in the year 2016. I have prepared a short presentation based on the questions that were asked to us by students so far. Prathamesh, do I have the option of sharing?
Yes, you have the option as well as the access. You can share.
Yeah. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it's visible. We can start.
Okay. So I am Dr. Prajakta Dandekar Jain from the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology. I've also given my email ID and my phone number in case any of you want to reach out to me or personally regarding any queries that you may have. Let me start by giving you some general information about the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology. Institute-wise, the Institute of Chemical Technology is NAC accredited, and the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology has ranks in the top 10 institutes in the year 2022. We are a total of 14 faculty within the department, and about 7 of us are going to be guide as well as teachers for some of the courses out here. This DBT supported course was initiated in the year 2016. It is a very niche course, which is applicable for the students with biotechnology as well as pharmaceutical background and chemical engineering background. and DBT has allowed us to take 10 admissions into this course. So what is unique about our course? We have an industrial training. So at the end of your second semester, just before you start with your research projects, you will be expected to take up industrial training for a minimum period of 15 weeks. And that is usually organized by your research guide. It is expected that your placement is done in an industry which conducts or which has product line allied to the area in which you would be conducting your research. So that gives you kind of exposure to what are the practical implications of the research work which you are going to undertake during the second year of your, during the SEM 3 of your coursework. The projects which are given to you by all the faculty, they are very much industry relevant. They are mostly in the area of biopharmacy or pharmaceutical sciences. Apart from that, we regularly organize visits to various pharmaceutical industries as well as biopharmaceutical industries so as to give you an exposure to the various industrial practices so that you are aware of what is happening within the industry at an industrial level. The industry training also gives you an idea of what is expected of you once you are in the industrial setting with regards to the documentation process or the regulations that you have to follow, or with regards to the general experimental protocols. We have a state-of-art laboratory for pharmaceutical biotechnology. I will be also, there's a slide later on which will tell you what all different facilities we have in there for you to carry on your research work. So basically, we are making you poised to face the industry, to become a part of the industry at the end of the 2 years, as well as take up higher education, either in the form of PhD or if some of you may want to go into management related courses, we are kind of making you ready for facing that higher education. It is an interdisciplinary course. So we have faculty with diverse backgrounds, some of them, many of them having experience in different areas of pharmacy, as well as interface of pharmacy and biotechnology, So you will be getting options of diverse research projects. And I think the research projects have to be chosen depending upon your ranking, as well as your interactions with a particular faculty member who may be offering a particular research topic. As Professor Lakshmi had mentioned earlier, the teaching methodologies are highly innovative. The examination pattern, that the continuous assessments are held in the form of quizzes, or they could be held in the form of skates, or they could be held in the form of presentations. So there is a lot of diversity in the way we are going to assess you, of course, apart from the written papers, which will be expected from you at the mid-sems and the end-sems. We've had 100% placement record so far in different biotechnological industries like Biocon, Enzene, Syngene, US Vitamins, etc. And another highlight of this program is that we have annual training program, annual training workshop in biopharmaceutical development. And from this year, the year 2022, we have also started a biannual training workshop in 3D cell culture techniques. So we have a state-of-art laboratory supported by the DBT, and these are various facilities which are available there for your research. We have a lab scale fermenter, we have RT-PCR unit, gel electrophoresis units, gel documentation systems, DNA, RNA analyzers, electroporators if you want to carry on any genetic engineering related work, and also a high-end inverted microscope, which is amenable for live cell imaging as well. So depending upon the project, which you decide after discussion with your research guide, you will be able to access all these facilities, apart from the other facilities which are available at ICT. So at the end of the year, what we are trying to make you ready for is to face the industrial settings. We are trying to make you industry ready so as to increase your employability by the biopharmaceutical industry. We are going to familiarize you through our teaching courses or through our practical courses. We are going to familiarize you with various aspects of biotechnology, with cell and molecular biology, with biophysical techniques, biophysical analysis techniques, immunology, etc. So all aspects which are relevant to the biopharmaceutical industry is what we are going to try to give it to you during the next 2 years. Of course, through the various courses that are available, you will also be able to understand the intricacies of how to conduct research. Dr. Denis Jensen, who spoke to you earlier, is one of the faculty who teaches research methodology. So he will make you understand how to do the research even before you come to the laboratory. So by the time you come here, you already kind of know what you're going to work with. IPR and insights on entrepreneurship are some other topics that we make you aware of. So you will be, through all the courses as well as the research work that has been planned for you, you will acquire the skill sets that are relevant for you to be in the biopharmaceutical industry. You will inculcate in independent research capabilities, because in the SEM 3 and SEM 4, you are supposed to carry out a research project under the, of course, the supervision of your research guide, but the thinking part is on your side. It is not going to happen like your undergraduate laboratories that set protocols are given to you, which you have to follow in the laboratories. However, during the course of the first and the second semester, we are going to teach you how to think, how to go through the research articles, how to plan your research, what all would you require the day when you come to the laboratory. So all this, of course, will be conducted in conjunction or in consultation with your research guide whom you choose for the project. So basically, the program is aimed at an all-round development, whether it be regards to your subject matter, but also with regards to your communication skills, with regards to your presentation skills, and overall personality development, as well as time management. Now, the research project that is allotted to you, or the seminar, or the critical review which is allotted to you, the research project 1 and 2 which are allotted to you, all of them are time-bound activities. So through them, you are also getting ready of how to complete tasks in a stipulated period of time. And that is what is expected of you in the industry as well, as you are going to move on further. So we are making you, trying to bring about an overall personality development, of course, apart from making you experts in the subjects related to pharmaceutical biotechnology. So this is the available infrastructure. We have laboratory space. There are individual laboratories with each guide, but there is also a common laboratory for MTech PBT students. We have a state-of-art Professor M.M. Sharma library, which is operational even on Saturdays and Sundays, on weekends, and even on public holidays. The time periods would vary, and I think the head librarian would make you aware of all these rules. We have an ICT Innovation Council. So if any of you want to incubate an idea later on, after you finish your research, if there's something which you want to take forward to making it into a reality or to transfer it into a market, we have incubation facilities which are now available at ICT. Professor Padma Devarajan would be talking to you about ICT Innovation Council, maybe in one of the sessions later on. And we also have counseling services with Mrs. Malini Shah. So if any of you have any kind of work-related stress or any personal stress or even migration-related stress, that some of you may be leaving your native places and coming over to Mumbai. So if there's anything that you want to discuss, you're free to avail the counseling services so as to make your life comfortable here. So what we are trying to offer you here is not just science, but also to make your life, also to cause an overall development of yours. This, again, the other two coordinators have very much highlighted. There will be seminar along with critical review of one research manuscript in the very first semester. So that is kind of first step for you to develop your independent thinking capabilities. So as how to read the research articles, how to read review articles, how to present a lot of information in a short report of say about 35 to 50 pages. So you are kind of getting ready for writing your research articles, for writing your review articles when you come to your SEM 3 and SEM 4. Research project will give you hands-on experience, and it will also give you the feel of taking an idea just from the ideation stage to a reality stage. And then some of you maybe probably be able to develop a proof of concept within these 2 years, which could be further translated through incubation facilities. Students are encouraged also to take other online courses apart from the coursework that has been planned for you. You can take your own online courses, something extra which you may want to learn through the Swayam portal. We also have courses training you in intellectual property rights as well as entrepreneurship development. So post this 2 years of training, you have opportunity of doing a PhD either in India, within ICT or other institutes of national eminence or foreign universities, or you could take up job in pharma and biopharma industry, or you could have research opportunities only in independent research institutions like the CSIR laboratories, or of course opportunities in government bodies. So you are ready for many different areas which you may want to pursue after these 2 years here. Now, like I said, that amongst the 14 faculty of the department, we are 6 of us who either teach or guide pharmaceutical biotechnology students, or do both. Some of us do both. And these are the research areas that we generally offer through the projects, individual projects: biosimilars and biotech formulation development, tissue engineering and 3D cell culture technology, vaccine development, development of biotechnology principle-based diagnostics for early detection of various diseases, infectious and non-infectious diseases, projects which are related to immunological principles, projects which are related to bioanalytical techniques as well as cellular bioassays, which are necessary for the biosimilars to come into the market, and of course, upstream and downstream processing. So these are the faculties whom you're going to deal with in the next 2 years. I will be teaching you the basic course in pharmaceutical biotechnology right in SEM 1, which begins from Monday. And I will be taking your practical course in the second year. We have Professor Padma Devarajan and Professor Prashant Kharkar, who take a combined subject of formulation of biologicals in the second semester. Dr. Denis Jensen will also be dealing with the subject of research methodology in the second semester. And apart from that, all 8 of us from the Department of Pharmaceutical, 7 of us from the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology, and Dr. Denis Jensen from Department of Biosciences and Biotechnology will be offering you projects as research guides. Apart from this, we have a few visiting faculty who are subject experts in their respective field: Dr. Smita Limay, Dr. Limpal Bhatia, Dr. Divyalal Saxena, Dr. Archana Iyer, Dr. Vijay Sane, and Dr. Deepavali Lad. So they will be handling all these different courses. The fundamentals of pharmaceutical biotechnology is handled by myself. Analytical and biophysical techniques is handled by Dr. Archana Iyer. Plant and animal cell technology is handled by Dr. Smita Limay. There is also a makeup subject in biotechnology and biochemical engineering for people with diverse backgrounds. For those of you who are from pharma or biotech backgrounds, the biochemical engineering also gives you some brief insights into the application of chemical engineering in the biotechnology field. So this subject is handled by 2 faculty. The biotech part is going to be handled by Dr. Deepavali Lad, and biochemical engineering is going to be handled by a very senior professor, Dr. Vijay Sane. We have seminar and critical review. So that is generally done with faculty who is not your research guide, but a part of these 8 faculties whose pictures I showed to you a little while back. And the topic given will also slightly vary from your research topic. Apart from that, you have a practical course in instrumental methods of analysis, which is handled by Professor Prashant Kharkar. And then you have research project 1. Now in research project 1, after you choose your research guide and your research topic, you have to do literature review of, that is, gather all the information which is already there in literature related to your research topic. So that kind of prepares you with whatever is already there published and what you may want to add on, or what new you may want to do in your topic of interest. In semester 2, research methodology and communication skills is a subject which will be handled by Dr. Ratnesh, immunotechnology by Dr. Dimple Bhatia, formulation of biologicals by Professor Devarajan and Professor Kharkar, enzyme technology again by Dr. Smita Limay. The laboratory course in microbiology, molecular biology, and immunology will be handled by myself. And then you have research 2. In research 2, you have to identify the methods which you're going to use to execute your research. You have to see whether we have the instrumentation at ICT already, or whether you may want to establish collaborations with institutes within Mumbai or outside Mumbai, what kind of materials you are going to require. So by the time you come to the labs in SEM 3, you already have everything set for you. You yourself have set it for you through critical thinking, through analysis of literature, which is already available. So you are kind of ready to work already by the time you work. So research 2 will also involve, so you will also be expected to spend some or conduct a few experiments, preliminary experiments related to your research project in your research laboratories. SEM 3 and SEM 4 are going to be dedicated for your research work. In-plant training, which is mandatory, is at the beginning of SEM 3. So just before you join your labs, you will be spending minimum period of 4 weeks. Now it has decreased from 15 weeks to 8 weeks so that you get more time to conduct your research within ICT. So you will be spending maximum period of 18 weeks with an industry which is mutually decided between you and your research guide. And then that is followed by your actual research project, at the end of which you will be defending your thesis. Now, apart from this coursework, over the period of time, we have been organizing seminars, symposia, industrial visits for the Pharm Biotech students. There are some programs which are organized by ICT Placement Cell. There are some programs which are organized by ICT Innovation Council. So we encourage you to participate in all these activities, in all these seminars which are organized, which are going to build up your soft skills, which are going to make you industry ready, which are going to talk about the latest which exists in the field of pharmaceutical biotechnology. So this is just a glimpse of what was organized during the course of last year. So we had a workshop on SciFinder, which was organized by the library, a skill development program organized by the placement cell, something which was organized by ICT Innovation Council. In 2000, before that, we had also organized lecture sessions in specific areas. We had a conference, a mini conference, which was organized again. The Pharm Biotech students were very much a part of it. And we had this training session in biosimilars, which is a yearly activity that is conducted in February each year. So in February 2023, the next program is going to happen. So yeah, that is all I have to say today. And if there are any questions that you may want to ask, I shall be very happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, ma'am. This is Rohit Jadhav from the Department of Pharma Biotech.
Yeah,
can I ask you a question about what is exactly open defense?
Yeah, open defense is where you will be asked to prepare a presentation related to the research work that you have conducted, and you will be evaluated. You will be given marks for your thesis work by an external faculty who will be, once again, the names are suggested by your guides, and there is a committee which approves who is suitable to evaluate your thesis. So in front of all the ICT students and the faculty members, whoever is ready to attend or whoever is available to attend your defense work, you are supposed to present your research work, and if they have any questions, you have to answer.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, there is a question in the chat box by Ria.
Yeah, do we get to choose your, yes, Ria, you very much get to choose your electives. So you can choose electives across all the electives that are offered for the MTech, different MTech courses at ICT, or in general, the master's courses at ICT. Of course, you cannot choose electives which are at a lower level, that is UG electives. We generally do not encourage master's students to choose undergraduate electives, because postgraduate subjects are supposed to teach you something more than what you already learn at undergraduate level. So that is not encouraged. But across ICT, for any of the MTech courses, whichever courses they have to offer, if you have an interest in it, you can discuss with your research guide and you can opt for those. There's a provision to opt for those courses. Yes, the elective options are given in about first 2 weeks after you begin with your lectures. And then once your choice is ready, once we have the list of the students who choose a particular elective, the classes begin. So each course or program has something to offer. So I already presented to you what pharmaceutical biotechnology has to offer for this semester. But apart from that, you can you can choose electives from other courses or other programs as well. Okay, great. So, so Prathamesh, I have given my contact details. If there's there are any follow-up questions later on, they can always be very, very directed to me.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Yeah. So once again, I welcome you all and hope you have a very fruitful time during your 2 years at ICT. So welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we'll have interaction with Dean HR, Professor Adivarekar.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible as well.
Okay, so shall I start or I need to wait?
No, sir, you can start.
Slideshow or something to this, I'll just be speaking.
Sure, sir, sure.
Okay, so good afternoon. Since I am following someone, I hope you had your lunch. I don't know when. All of you had your lunch?
Everyone, please feel free to interact.
Okay. So I formally welcome you, and I'm indeed happy and feel privileged to welcome you all to ICT, a unique university with excellence in chemical engineering and technology. I know you have had very anxious moments in past almost a year to come to this stage, especially facing many challenges, maybe due to pandemic and some anxious moment. And now it's history. You must be very happy now for this new beginning in your journey towards success. So again, I warmly welcome you and wish you best luck in your future endeavors. As Dean HR, definitely I have some responsibilities and there are some committees under me. And name of the committees, I'll just read it out to you, which are self-explanatory. So I have under me committee like faculty and support staff welfare, grievances and redressal and disciplinary action cell, committees for SC and ST as per AICT norms, anti-ragging committee again with AICT norm, anti-ragging squad we have established, then women cell including cell to eliminate sexual harassment, women empowerment cell, gender equality cell, mentoring and counseling cell, outreach activity and social responsibilities. Now, other than this, whatever are my duties, one of the very important responsibility which I am handling, which is of your interest, is scholarships. And I am really happy to inform you that ICT supports presently more than 250 students under merit cum means scholarships. The range is rupees 3,000 to about 75,000 per annum per person through several endowments, private trust, annual commitments by our well-wishers, alumni and industries. Economically deprived students are given assistance in the form of tuition fees, hostel fees, mess bills, travel assistance to present your research or papers in national conferences. Now, these scholarships are in various categories like general scholarship, departmental scholarships. Departmental scholarships are, of course, from various departments. General scholarships on year-to-year basis. Some scholarships are even awarded by outside trust, and whatever information we receive, we pass on to you. There are loan scholarships also available from various sources, and one of them is our very own alumni association, which always keeps you helping. So interested students can reach to VC office for more details on something like number of scholarships, amounts, eligibility, selection criteria, etc. So needless to mention, notices regarding applications to be made come to you directly through MIS. So all of you please note that for want of money, your education should not stop. And institute consciously takes effort to facilitate such students who are in need. Now, one of the important aspect on which I am going to speak, though it is a bit unpleasant, is ragging. And maybe my words may feel harsh, but all of you please note that there is no tolerance for ragging of any kind in this issue. Now, whatever you say, ragging, hazing, gagging, bullying, plagiarism, horseplaying, these are different names which are used in different countries. Ragging is any disorderly conduct or indisciplined activity which cause or likely to cause annoyance, hardship, or psychological harm, or to raise fear or apprehension in students. It can be in various forms such as verbal and psychological abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, drug abuse, etc. Now, let me give you some little bit of history for your awareness about this important issue in your life. So, Pon Nausaru, a student of Annamalai University Medical College in Tamil Nadu, was murdered on November 1996. This murder occurred during the ragging incident, led to passing of first anti-ragging law in India. Now, Tamil Nadu Prohibition of Ragging Act 1997 is that act, and the penalty for ragging was 2 years imprisonment and fine of 10,000 rupees. Now, following this incident, the Supreme Court laid down some guidelines to be followed for educational institutions to curb this menace of ragging. And those initiatives are like initiation of anti-ragging movement, undertaking to be taken both from freshmen and their parents, undertaking to be taken from senior students and their parents and guardians, notice indicating where to approach for redressal in case of ragging, interaction, management and teaching staff with freshers, identifying and guarding of ragging prone zones, sensitization of society on the issues of ragging. Now, failure to prevent ragging to be constituted as an act of negligence and withdrawal of financial assistance to institutions where ragging incident is reported. So you understand why there is absolutely no place for ragging, because institutes are also held responsible for that. Now, Supreme Court also had ordered the HRD ministry to appoint a committee headed by Mr. Raghman, who was ex-CBI chief, and he submitted his report in 2007, which stated ragging as an act of human right abuse. The committee recommended need for strong and uniform ragging law, set up anti-ragging cell at central, state and college level, set up of toll-free helpline for ragging victims, and consideration of ragging as an important factor in accrediting the educational institution by central regulatory bodies like MCI, AICT, etc. Now, in 2009, in the wake of Aman Khushro's death, UGC, that is University Grants Commission, passed one regulation, that is UGC regulation on curbing the menace of ragging in higher educational institutions 2009, which was followed religiously with all the recommendations. Under this regulation, college administration has to file the FIR within 24 hours of the receipt of such information with the police and local authorities under appropriate provisions. The anti-ragging committee, depending upon the nature and gravity of the guilt, award one or more of the punishments. The punishments are like suspension from attending classes and academic privileges, withdrawing the scholarship, fellowship, and other benefits, debarring from appearing in any examination, withholding the result, debarring the representation by a student for institution in any regional, national, or international tournament, youth festival, etc., suspension or expulsion from the hostel, cancellation of the admission, expulsion from the institution, and consequent debarring from admission to any other institution for specified period. So, of course, student can make appeal, and an appeal against the order of punishment by the anti-ragging committee shall lie to the Vice Chancellor of the university. It is also worth noting that where an institution fails to curb ragging effectively, they are also liable for action such as withdrawal of affiliation, recognition, withholding grants allocated, informing the general public, declaring that the institution does not possess the minimum academic standards. Now, in response to what I briefed you, let me tell you what we do. So, initially, when you join, we take affidavit by student, also affidavit by parent and guardian. Any anti-ragging committee as well as anti-ragging squad has been set up, and all complaints can be made directly through ICT website. And you can go to the ICT website www.ictmumbai.edu.in. A complaint form is available on our website under the head various institutional committees. So you can visit that, and there is a lodge complaint. Okay, and you can lodge your complaint. So after this description, I finally and humbly I request you that please keep distance from this word ragging. You are fortunate that you are now ICTian, and see to it that you always remain proud ICTian for yourself and society at large. So thanking you and wishing you best luck for your future, which is very bright. So thank you once again. So Prathamesh, I have done.
Yes, sir. Sure. Yeah.
So,
thank you so much, sir. We'll wait for the next speaker to arrive, I guess.
So can I log off?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
We'll just wait for Professor Tarvekar to join in. I guess he'll take five more minutes. Regarding the doubts in the chat, the official email IDs will be received soon. I guess you might have received a mail about the mail IDs and the password, and you will have to log in through a normal Gmail login and change the password. So if you have not received, you'll receive it soon. We'll look into it and we'll inform you by tomorrow. Also, there are many doubts coming up regarding the fellowship and the scholarship. So about fellowships, you will get to interact with the PG representative tomorrow. Just go through the schedule once. There is a doubt clearing session about what all problems you'll face while joining, as your 2 to 3 months of the initial phase are in online mode. So PG representative Shivani and Sharvari both will address you, and you can ask all your doubts regarding fellowship guide selection or the guide allotment, and doubts regarding MIS and your institute ID to them. Pradeep Yadav's doubt from the chat section: scholarships are for Jalna, Bhubaneswar campus also. Yes, scholarships are provided to the off campuses as well. You'll be informed about the scholarships in detail again by a document. I guess I'll share it to all the students, or once your class representatives are elected, they'll share it ahead. The timetable will be shared by tomorrow. I'll have to cross check once, and I'll let you know on email. What is MIS? MIS basically it's your profile. It's a software where you get to have a look on your profile, and all your projects and all the research work, all the submissions and etc. are tracked by the MIS system. All the updates and the notifications from the institute which you receive it on MIS. Which came yesterday, no, the official mail ID and MIS are two different things. The official mail ID is official mail ID is the one which you get at the rate pg.ictmumbai.edu.in. The profile name changes and the technical changes which are need to be done, it will be done soon. You don't need to worry right now. In a week time, you will get all the changes and all the queries solved. So no need to panic right now. The classes starting for ICT Jalna, offline or online, regarding this doubt, we have a session by Director Jalna campus, Professor Annapure. He'll be addressing you at 4:30 today. So you can directly ask this to him.
प्रथमेश आवाज येतोय?
हो सर आवाज येतोय. Yeah, sir, we can start.
Am I audible, students?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll start the presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. We can start.
Slides are moving.
Sir, we can see only the first page.
Now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So we will start. Before going forward, let me introduce myself. Hello. I'm Professor B.M. Telvekar, Dean IQA. And we also have one associate dean, Dr. Ashwin Mohan. So in this session, I try to make you understand how you student can contribute to ICT to maintain its quality. So Institute of Chemical Technology recognized and ranked by several government bodies. You know that NRF ranking, NAC, NBA. I think you people take the admission by taking this information in the view. So the Institute of Chemical Technology recognized and ranked by several government bodies, like in November 2017, National Assessment and Accreditation, that is called NAC, visited and graded ICT A++ 3.77 CGPA out of 4. And ICT has ranked among the top 10 engineering institute of India and 14 among the top university in the country. It is also recognized among the first 10 in the Pharmacy Institute. So there is a huge role of student for these achievements. I try to explain how students are involved in these activities and ultimately benefited to institute to maintain the quality. So students take admission for a particular program, but means students are not aware that regarding the course outcome and program outcome. So my request is to all the students to know the program outcome and course outcome right in the beginning. This we call it as a CO and PO, and you can find this in your syllabus, or that particular professor can explain you about this CO and PO. Basically, the PO is the measurable outcome statement, which is creating by establishing the vision, purpose of the goal of that program, etc. So now to maintain the quality of the student, quality of this institute, we can say the further improvement, your role in honest feedback is very, very important. I said that honest feedback, when you enroll for the course, you will come to know why I use this word honest feedback. The institute has the online feedback system. After every lecture, this feedback contains some questionnaire, and after evaluating this feedback, we came to know about the scope of improvement in the course or any lacuna which respective teaching professions like to be overcome. So your feedback is very, very important to achieve this NRF, NAC, NBA quality programs. We not only take the feedback from the students, but also from the parent to submit their feedback. Now, why parents? Because this is because they are the correct observer of the students' behavior after adopting in this institute. So we take the parent feedback also. Now, another important things which institute can achieve the higher ranking, or we can say improve in the ranking, is your participation in the extensive activities. These extension activities are nothing but we can say the outreach activities or any social activities. Number of students taking part in these activities are also one of the criteria for this NRF, NAC and NBA ranking. But my point of view, social activities develop social skills and empathy. So I request to take the part in the social activity, and recently we start the NSS also. So you see that also to how to participate in that program. There are national programs also available like Swachh Bharat Mission, National Literacy Education Program, etc. You participate that because that also impact on the NRF and NBA ranking. At the institute level, also we organize some programs for you for your personality development, like soft skill program, where you can improve upon the personality of the public speaking, maybe a language and communication skill. If you want any classes We will try to organize that for your further development. ICT also has several types of scholarship. So if there is a student who is in the need for a scholarship, and if he or she qualifies, ICT will provide the scholarship. There are more than 300 scholarships are available in the ICT on the merit come basis. So we can provide that also. Now ICT has one important facility which I would like to bring to your notice, that lectures are recorded, which professor deliver in the classroom. We have a recording system, so students were not understood to lecture, they can revisit this lecture by going to the library and ask for the particular lecture and try to understand the topic, and hence by this system ICT can improve the number of quality students. It is always observed that there are some students which we call a slow learner. So now in this case, internal quality assurance office can play important role to help the student and come out separately with the additional coaching, etc. So this way also the IQA department is helping to the students. Now you can also play a role in improving our ranking by attempting the several competitive examinations. Your participation in competitive examination and your further growth, maybe in higher education, will also help us to improve our ranking. There are several students, when they come to the third year level, they try to appear for the various competitive examinations like TOEFL, GRE, etc. As well as there are several examinations which we call it as a national level, like civil service examination. If you want to appear, you can think in the beginning, your performance in this examination will help us in improving our ranking, our quality. ICT expects you students to take part in several activities, maybe conference or in innovation programs. You can compete in this activity and get the awards. So number of awards which are received by the students will help us in improving our ranking. These awards not only in the sports, but they are also into extracurricular acts. Students receive number of scholarships by competitive which are instituted by several other NGOs will help us to improve the ranking of this institute. ICT has a very good mentor system. I think Professor Atley will highlight on that system. But still, to add some sentence, this mentor system is not only for an academic related, but also with your personal difficulties. This mentor system is benefited to improve our ranking also. ICT also has a strong grievance cell. So if you face any difficulty, if you have any grievance, or if you have any complaint, that don't hesitate in writing your complaint or your grievance to grievance cells. This will help us knowing that this where the lacuna is there, we can improve that in the future. ICT has a strong alumni association, and there are several schemes, including the financial supports for tuition fees, travel, or conference. I think president of alumni will highlight that. So there are another important point which I would like to bring to your notice is that student self-development. There are online programs like from Swayam, etc., which you can undertake, which are not offered in ICT, but you may thought it is needed for your self-development. So you can participate in that program also, so that we can improve our quality ranking. So these are some of the points, mention point for the increase the ranking of ICT. You student will help us to achieve the higher ranking in the NRF, NAC, and NBA programs. If you have any questions, you are always welcome to my office as well as Dean IQA office also. Yes, Prathamesh?
Yes, sir.
Mine is yours.
Yeah, sure. We can continue ahead. I'll just get an update from Professor Ladda and then.
So I'll log
out? Yes, sir, you can. Sir, if there is any chance that we need to inform them about the NSS thing.
NSS is the Professor Atle's portfolio now.
Professor Atle, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll ask him to.
Yes.
Pitch in,
That's why I said that the NSS is there.
Yeah.
So let's begin with the NSS. So Professor Atle will highlight that on the NSS activities on all these things. Okay.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so whatever doubts you had regarding the fellowship and the scholarships provided for students, PG representative Shivani will be addressing you all in 2 to 3 minutes until Professor Ladda joins in. You can just add up your doubts in the chat, or whenever she joins in, you can just unmute yourself and start asking. Yeah, Shivani is in the meeting. You can unmute and ask the doubts.
Hello.
Hello,
I
ma'am.
request everyone. Yeah, Krishna, please go ahead.
Ma'am, please tell me the process required to get the stipend.
See, regarding stipend, the thing is, first, your class representatives will be made, and then there is a clerk who will contact all CRs one by one. So you don't have to do anything for that. You just need to give some bank details for scholarship to your CR, and CR will pass on to that clerk. You really have to do nothing for that. Only patience is required. It will take a month or so to get done things.
Thank you.
Regarding scholarship for MSc chemistry students, we have many scholarships coming out one by one, and those are based on the category. So once any notice will come, your CRT will circulate in your respective class groups. For fellowship, I already answered.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, can we have to open an account in specific banks for fellowship?
No, nothing like that. You don't have to make any separate or account in any specific bank. There is nothing like that. Just make
Okay,
sure
which
whatever
bank's
details you
account
provide.
is good for fellowship?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. You can continue with your current account as well if you want to continue.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Is stipend available for all the master students?
Not all master students, only for GATE or GPAT qualified students.
Yeah, ma'am. And regarding scholarship, the students who get stipend, are they eligible for the scholarships?
No, they are not eligible. If you are already getting AICTE stipend, so you can't apply for any other scholarship.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Ma'am, stipend is available for GATE as well as non-GATE students?
No, I am repeating again. GATE AICTE stipend is only provided to GATE or GPAT qualified students.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Saturdays are working for master students. Yeah, for category students, there are specific scholarships available. As soon as there will be any notice, your CRs, respective CRs will share once any notice will come out. Yeah, GADB students also get stipend, Rakesh. You will get stipend from the month of your admission. You have been admitted to ICT month of August, right? So you will get stipend of August month as well.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do we get scholarship on monthly basis or do we get it on bulk, ma'am?
No, on monthly basis. It will come every time on the first of every month, first, second.
Even
initially,
for
maybe initially it will get in bulk. Like it will take time. Right now, the process will start after a month, and then AICT will sanction money and all. That will take approximately 2-3 months. I'm telling you very frankly. So for the first stipend, you will get in bulk. 2-3 months ka you will get together only. But from then onwards, you will get monthly.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, welcome. If you have got admission in July, then you will get, I think so they give stipend from the date of your classes, commencement of classes. Not admission, sorry. From the date of your classes. Bhagyashri, no, you won't get AICT GATE stipend from next year, because if you qualify GATE next year, right, but still you will be in this college, right? So that AICT stipend is sanctioned to that particular seat, not it won't be given to the person who has already taken admission in another college and has qualified GATE next year. If you take admission again next year somewhere else, then you will get stipend. Scholarship or fellowship for GATE unqualified students are there based on the category system. Once there is any kind of notice, it will be circulated in groups. So don't worry for that. For MTech fellowship is 12,400 rupees. For open category, till now, 1 or 2 scholarships were there, but then again, you have to give them the financial certificate also. Yes, Saturdays are working. Eligibility for yeah.
Ma'am, do we have to create a account in any particular bank to avail the scholarship like that?
No, there is nothing as such. You can continue in your current personal account also.
Okay.
See, I'm repeating again. You non-GATE and non-GPAT students won't get any stipend. There are scholarships based on category system and based on the person's financial situation as well. So once any kind of notice is there, it will be intimated by your respective CRs. Diksha, I'm not sure about the money sanction for the GAT-B, but I assume it is similar as GATE. Yes, there are free-ship schemes for reserved category students on MahaDBT portal. It will be intimated by our institute first, like what is the procedure. Notice will be released for that. So kindly don't worry. It will take time, but you will get all the notices. One more thing, if you are already receiving GATE or GPAT stipend, so you can't apply for any other scholarship.
Ma'am, are there studying the bank account too?
Sorry, can you please repeat? Your voice wasn't clear.
Are there linking the bank account?
Can you please type the message? I'm not able to hear your voice properly. Guys, I'm repeating again. Scholarships are there for non-GATE, non-GPAT students based on category. Our institute will release notice, and there are scholarships on DBT portal also. All notices will be released. You have to keep patient. So your stipend is for 2 years, 24 months. Income certificate is not required for getting GPAT stipend until and unless you are qualified. That is only what they will check.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So according to the AICT guidelines, whoever receives the stipend should provide teaching or research assistantship. But so far, there has been no mention of that. So how do you go about this?
Can you please repeat? They have to commit what?
They have to give at least 8 to 10 hours of teaching or research assistantship to professors.
No,
PG
it is not required. No, it is not required.
All right, thank you.
Regarding bank account, I'm repeating again, there is no specific requirement regarding bank account for stipend. CS stipend will be for all 24 months. There is nothing as such like academic month and anything. Anyways, all these 24 months will be whole academic month only. You won't get any kind of holiday. Yes, for scholarship, income certificate is required. Ujjwal, you have to check that on your website. I'm not sure if I'm not sure about the commencement of classes, but you can check on the website. It will be intimidated by our website only. No, Akash. Students getting GATE or GPAT stipend from AICT can't apply for any other scholarship, even if you have income certificate or anything. Yeah, obviously stipend will be provided to open category GATE qualified as well. For GATB also there is scholarship. I'm not aware of how much monetary is given to them, but I'm assuming it's 12,400 only. I'm sorry, Pradeep, I'm not aware of Bhubaneswar campus, but I think they will be given same, because same similar guidelines are followed in off campuses also. Okay, so Rutuja, regarding guides, what is the procedure that on MIS, a list of guides will be given, like it will be a form kind of thing. Okay, so you have to fill the preference of your guides. You can see the project title also, that under which guide, which project will be given to that particular student. So similarly, based on your personal interest, preferences, you can fill the preference from that. My first preference is to this second is to this ma'am, and so on. And then based on your merit rank, the ICT merit rank, you will be given guides. So it completely depends on what others are filling in your class, the preference list, and what your rank is. Guide allotment is not, guide allotment will be done in the first semester itself, before Diwali or after Diwali. And it is based on your merit, admission merit list.
Rather than Maharashtra, students are eligible for scholarship?
Yeah, you are eligible. I think so. How class representative are chosen? You guys have to decide among yourselves. Like you can have a class meeting. You can discuss in your WhatsApp group, like if anyone is interested, and then you can nominate. If there are 2-3 nominations, then you can hold an election via Google form or anything.
No, for scholarship asking.
I was answering Ujjwal actually.
Okay, sorry.
Can you repeat your question, Sudarshan?
Rather than Maharashtra, means out of state from Maharashtra, he will he's eligible for any scholarship or
Yeah, for that I said I'm not aware of that. But I suppose there is nothing such restriction. If you have income certificate and you are not eligible for any ICT scholarship, then you can apply.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. Thank you.
Gap certificate is not required. These scholarship for scholarship eligibility, it will be same in all the campuses. Tanvi, you'll require income certificate for getting a scholarship. Okay. Komal, if you are GPAT qualified, then you will get GPAT stipend for Green Tech also. GATE also, yeah. No, Sangeeta, there is nothing required for receiving GATE qualified stipend. Harsh, it is 12,400 rupees. Krishna, yes, you will have to make a bona fide for that from our college, and they will give permission. I think so. Are you GATE or GPAT qualified? If not, then I don't think there will be any issue. I'm repeating again. There are scholarships for non-GATE and non-GPAT students also based on your category. And all the information will be passed on via CR once there is any kind of information.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you please repeat about the ICT email ID and its uses, if you don't mind, please?
Yeah, you will be provided institute mail ID and you can use it for your official college purposes regarding like contacting your guides, or if you have any academic related work like mark sheet and all. If you want to order, place a purchase order of chemicals and all, for that you can use your ICT mail ID.
Okay.
And yeah, your exams will be mostly offline only, but just in case your midterm is online, so you will have to use that email ID also for submitting answer sheet and all. And kindly use your institute ID only for contacting any professor also.
Okay, ma'am. So once they provide our institution email ID, we have to log in.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, you will have to submit your documents here, Rohit. For getting new roll number means what? Pranab, it will be retrieved after your graduation.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hello.
Ma'am, when do we receive our official email IDs?
You will receive it within a week or so.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Actually, I belong to pharmacy field, and at 3 August, it's my last exam. So I am still pursuing the degree. So is there any problem regarding the documents? Because I didn't completed college yet.
No, there won't be any kind of problem. Anyways, you will be submitting your documents once you reach here on campus, right? So you have ample amount of time for that. So kindly don't worry.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Online lectures will be conducted. It depends on the professor. Some of them will take on Google Meet. Some will take on Microsoft also. It will be intimated by that professor to your CR, and then CR will tell you everything. Ishita, please check the brochure. There is a list of documents which needs to be submitted after coming here. And there is no as such particular procedure for that. Yes, we need migration certificate. Tejas, you will get timetable soon. It will be intimated by your CRs only.
Yes, sir.
Rohit, how can you attend your online lectures from here? Like, you won't be allotted hostel until unless you are being called on campus. I mean, if it is happening on Microsoft Teams, then you will definitely have a recording available on the Microsoft Team, but I'm not sure on Google Meet because they have they no longer give us the option to record lectures online. There is a lot of time regarding that document verification and submission thing. It will be after 3-4 months only. Sorry, Pramila, I'm not aware about the Bhubaneswar campus classes. Vijay, you can come to college for your document work related things, but yeah, you can definitely come. There is no restriction in you coming to college and getting your work done. But yeah, you won't be getting any hostel or something. I'm repeating again, scholarships are available for non-GATE and non-GPAT students based on your category. And if there is any such notice, it will be intimated by your CR.
Yeah, if all doubts are solved, I guess Shivani, you can take leave from the meeting. Thank you for addressing all the doubts.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, Rohit, sure. You can request your faculty to take the lectures on MS Teams. Basically, most of the departments actually have a channel for the batch itself, and you can have all your lectures combined in this same platform, so that it will be easier for you and as well the guide or the professor to upload, notes and the recordings as well. About Bhubaneswar hostel, we will be having a session with the director Bhubaneswar campus. Once he explains all the academic details and the course curriculum of the master's branch, you can ask it to him. He'll clear it out. Pranav, sorry, the online lectures cannot be attended on campus as professors will be giving the lectures from their cabin, and you'll have to attend it from your home. Regarding hostel registration, as the warden informed yesterday, they are working on it, and I guess in 2 to 3 weeks, or it might take a month as well, the hostel registrations will start. The first priority is your super seniors who have just passed out. This will lead to the vacating the hostels, and you will get accommodation accordingly. Atharva, the WhatsApp groups will be created tonight, and we'll be sharing the links to join the WhatsApp group via mail in the invitation mail of tomorrow. So you can just tap in the link and you can join the WhatsApp groups. Yeah, again, regarding the hostel allotment, only a few students will be getting hostel because again, it depends on the number of seats vacant. So the hostel warden will inform you while filling the registration form. Yes, separate campus, separate groups. Again, we cannot assure the number of students getting hostel because it again depends on the number of students applying and the number of seats available in the hostel. So considering the hostels are under renovation right now, we cannot assure you a number as such. How to apply, everything will be informed to you once your class representative gets elected and once the hostel administration processes the forms which they need to send to the students. About Bhubaneswar campus, Director of IOC BHU, Professor Vavia, will be addressing you. You can directly ask them. He'll be in better position to answer the doubts regarding to Bhubaneswar campus. Regarding the election of class representative for the first year, basically it's a simple selection process. Whoever applies, and once your class groups are prepared, you can discuss among yourselves and you can let us know who is willing to handle the position of the class representative. We'll be forwarding you the roles and responsibilities of the class representative, and whoever is willing to take up the responsibility, he can coordinate with that position. No, hostel allotment does not have any reservations according to category. Yeah, Ritik, that's what I'm trying to inform you. We cannot assure you the total number of students who will be getting hostels. It will be informed you by the notices sent by hostel administration. So we'll need to wait until the notice arrives. Regarding the Gmail login, I'll just check and let you know. Process for getting fellowship, again, it depends on it changes according to the department. So better that you just coordinate with your guide and he'll be able to tell you in a better way. Changes in name of the email ID, it can be done once you have the session of MIS tomorrow. We will be also adding a session from IPC. So ma'am will be informing you everything about the institute ID. So you don't need to worry as of now. Regarding online library, we are having a session about library as well, but ma'am hasn't confirmed right now. If not now, we will have a separate orientation session of the library where ma'am will explain you everything about accessing the online library and how to search the journals and research papers which are available in the portal. regarding monthly stipend, I guess Shivani informed you. If you are not present, you can ask your friends if possible once the group is created. Yeah, I guess we have Madhvi ma'am with us. She has just joined. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we can start the library orientation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, please. Just a small request to everyone that please listen carefully to the instructions which ma'am provides. It will be important for you, and whatever doubts you face regarding the online library access, you can ask to ma'am in the session itself. Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the slides visible?
Yes, ma'am, the slides are visible.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon to all the students, and I take this opportunity in welcoming you all to Institute of Chemical Technology, as well as to Professor M.M. Sharma Library, which is the central library of our institute. The library gets its name from one of our former directors, Padma Vibhushan, Professor M.M. Sharma, for his interest in literature and in library. And we we can boast of, we take pride, in fact, in saying this, that Professor M.M. Sharma still is a regular user of the library, and he frequently visits the library. Only during the pandemic, he couldn't visit, but he's very much connected with the library through the online databases and online library. So, to begin with, I would start with a question that I feel must be in each and everyone's mind, that why library? Why do in this digital age, or in this internet age or Google age, we need to use the library? Are libraries still important? And why should I visit a library if I have access to information in my palm, that is in form of your smartphone? Do you still require to use the libraries? The answer, rather my answer to it, is yes, libraries are important even today, and in fact even more important, I would say, in this digital age, and I'll explain you why. Since you are more or less the generation who is born post internet, when internet actually came into in the 90s, when internet came to India, so you must you have been seeing internet right from your kindergarten days, so you would not be more or less familiar with what it used to be earlier. So if you see that information, the nature of the flow of information has completely changed from what it used to be before. And from this slide, you can see that I've mentioned that information was scarce, was expensive, was shaped and controlled by a few, was designed for one-way mass consumption, it was slow moving, and it was external to our worlds sometime back. By which I mean that supposedly if you suppose decide, me or you, if we decide to go to Pune, from Mumbai I have to go to Pune. but I have never been to Pune before, and so I absolutely do not know that how to reach there. And probably then in those days when there was no internet, where actually you could go and easily surf that how to reach Pune and what are the various modes of travel. Just imagine that. In that day, you would probably speak to people who had been to Pune earlier, or who go frequently to Pune. So you find out from your family members, is there anybody, from your friends, if there is anybody, and then you speak to the person. The person tells you, "Ki haan, I had been, sometime back, and then I took this bus, but there are trains also," but he's not sure about the train. Then you go to the next person, or you actually have to visit the railway station or the or the bus depot to find out that which bus goes to Pune and how. So you have to start preparing much before you plan your travel. And the information was scarce because there was limited information that was available. You have to go, actually it was expensive because you had to actually travel to go to the railway station and ask for information. It used to be always, it used to be shaped and controlled by the elite. What by this I mean that there were few people who had access to this information and who used to actually control that what information will go to whom. It was that sometime back. A simple example of it is the TV channels. So the TV channels today, what you see, there are n number of television channels, and there are so many news channels that are available, and even the remotest place news is covered into that. But sometime back, I think you must have heard from your parents that it used to be that only there was Doordarshan channel, which used to be controlled by the government. So government will decide that what is to be shown in that news channel. It used to not be like now we get all the news, nothing is hidden from us. We get the news from the remotest corner of our nation as well as the world. So that used to not be the thing earlier. It used to be controlled, and it was for one-way consumption. That means that you can just get information, you yourself can't contribute to anything. But now with the social media platforms, or rather the Wikipedias and everything that is available, you yourself also can contribute to information. That supposedly if there is someone who has written a blog saying, okay, this is how I traveled to Pune, and then you probably had taken some other route which you found to be much scenic than what that person has said, probably you can also there is a possibility that you can also contribute to his blog or her blog and put this information. Okay, I went through the other route and then it was quite scenic, and yeah. So the next person who's planning to go to Pune just have to go on the internet and see, oh, these are the various modes, and people have talked about how scenic it is and things like that. So there is much more value addition to that information as well, than not just traveling or taking which route. So it's two-way now, that you can also be a contributor yourself. Then it was quite slow, as I said, since you have to travel to get information, you have to actually go and visit organizations, visit various people, you have to go and meet people to get such information. And so it was obviously slow moving, and now today it is very immediate. It used to be external to the world, and now it is like embedded. We are all the time surrounded by information. The only thing is, whenever you need, you just have to go and do a few clicks to get the information. As compared to earlier, there's a lot of information, and we are in fact embedded in the embedded with surrounded by all the information around us. Yet it also comes with a few challenges. There is lots of information, but that too, and very easily available, but that too, the challenges are different now. Earlier, to get information itself was a challenge, but now we are always surrounded by information, but it also comes with a few challenges. So something like information explosion. There is so much information that you don't know that which one to pick up from that. Then there is fake and misinformation. The best example is on your WhatsApp. You keep getting videos, you keep on getting a lot of messages which you are not sure whether it is the right information. It could be fake, it could be misinformation. Sometimes you are able to make out, sometimes you're not able to make out. And that in that sense, then you think that whether the information is, whether what I'm reading or what I'm getting, what information I'm getting, whether it is trustworthy or reliable. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing these days, that information is easily available, but the most reliable or trustworthy information, are we able to access that? That is the biggest challenge today. And how do you overcome these challenges? So you overcome by using the right resources, the right search strategy. You search in the first place in a right way so that you reach the right resource. And when you get the information, you evaluate it so that to make sure that the information is trustworthy or reliable. Now, to reach, as I said, the right source of information, where do you go? To a library or to the internet? Isn't it? Where you feel internet is much more easier, and library, maybe you'll have to visit the library. But here I would like to tell all of you all that we have an equal good collection of electronic resources which are available to you online all the time, 24/7. So to reach the library, you need not only have to visit physically the library, but you can use the resources from your home also, from your desk, on your laptops, on your smartphones. So here I'll just like to tell you that why library resources, though it says that library databases versus internet, it applies to all the resources of the library. So why still library resources are more important as compared to what information you get from the internet? Firstly, the databases have scholarly content. Okay, the library resources have scholarly content, whereas on internet you don't know from where the information is coming. Here it is, the information is more or less indexed, so it has subject, author, keyword, so you can make it is more easily searchable, whereas on the internet you're not sure about it. The results can be filtered. There are a lot of tools that are available to the library catalog, to the various databases, that information sources that the library subscribes to, that will come with a lot of filters available with it. So you can filter it down, you can reach the precise information that you're looking for. Then the libraries will always have published materials. See, now information to get it published is not an easy job. The publisher will not accept whatever comes to them, so they will, in their way, they will scrutinize the information, they will see whether it is worth publishing, because they are putting in money to get it published. So they will check twice that whether it is worth publishing, only then those things will be published. But on the internet, when you search, you're not sure whether you're getting published material or unpublished material, which could be completely fake. Then there are quality research tools available in the library catalog searches or database searches. Whereas here we are not sure, it will be on the internet, you'll just get a list of websites. Then in library, there is a human input. That means there is a human interference. Library professionals like us who will actually collect information or collect the resources for you all. They will scrutinize the information that comes. Everything that gets published will not come to the library, but everything that gets published might come to the internet. So as I said, there is a lot of explosion. To reach the precise information in libraries, what we do is we'll scrutinize the information, what is published by the publisher. We'll look at it, whether it is relevant for you all. We scrutinize that and see the reliability, whether the information is trustworthy, and only that documents or those resources are purchased by the library for their users. So when you're using library resources, you should be rest assured that you are actually accessing the scholarly content, so that you should be the information is definitely going to be trustworthy and reliable. So that is a difference, and that is why I said that use of library is even more important now in the digital age. With the internet, with a lot of information always that you are surrounded with, yet you require to use the library resources or be required to visit the library to get the most trustworthy, reliable, and precise information that you are looking for. Now, as master's students, I would say that you all will be a part of scholarly communication. I mean, before taking admission only, you must be knowing that ICT has, right from its days of inception, has always been, research has always been an integral part of ICT. So we are, unlike the other academic institute, ICT can be rather called as an academic cum research institute. So we do a lot of research, a lot of publishing from ICT goes out in the world. So now being a master's student, you'll be part of research. You too have to do your thesis and dissertations, and you too will be a part of this scholarly communication. So this is typical scholarly communication cycle. So new knowledge is created by researcher. Researcher will do research, and whatever the research findings have to be communicated to the other researchers or to the community in general. And if you do your research and keep your research findings to yourself, it is no use. It is like waste of resources done by the researcher. So it is very, very obvious and very important for any researcher to share the research findings. So new knowledge is created there because the researcher will share his or her research findings. The publisher will pick up this research findings, see whether it is worthy of being published, and they will publish it. The libraries will now collect this published material according to the relevance of their own users, that means their own students, and then decide which ones we should buy for the library. They will add a lot of data to it, like the catalog, they will preserve it, and then provide it to its users. So provide the access to its users. In online, it would be 24/7, and otherwise in offline, that is physical, it would be restricted to the timings of the library. The information will be available. Students like you will come to the library, get access, or probably access this online, and get this information and do their own research. And now will be a contributor themselves to the scholarly communication cycle, because they would do their research, and their research findings now they will share with the community. I mean, you all would be doing that as master students. I know that many of the master students of ICT get their research findings published in well-known research journals, which is a document to communicate your information to the community, to the world. So you all will be a part of this scholarly communication soon. So for all that, to be a part of the scholarly communication, to get hold of the right resources, to get hold of information which is reliable and which is trustworthy, you need to access the library. So this is just an introductory PPT of the library, that it was established in 1934 and functions as the central library of the institute. It has a dual role of supporting the academic as well as research activities of the institute. It is housed in a ground plus 2 storied building. Separate building is there for the library, and it follows a completely open access system. By open access system, what I mean is that earlier during your school days or your junior college days, probably when you're visiting a library, you might be asking the person at the library counter to get a particular book by a particular author, and you yourself are not allowed to access the cupboards or the shelves. So the library staff would go pick up the book for you and get it at the circulation counter for you to get it issued or returned. But in case of open, that is closed access, and in case of open access, it is like you are allowed to go and move around the shelves, surf through the shelves on your own, and go through all the cupboards of the library and pick up the books on your own. You have to locate the books on your own. So that's the open access system which we follow. We have a specialized collection dealing with all our core subjects: chemical engineering, sciences, technology, pharmacy, etc., and few of the allied subjects too. We follow universal decimal classification scheme, that is called UDC, which is that subjects are coded into numbers. So it is to make things simpler for you, so that locating a book in the library in thousands and thousands of collection is very easy for you all. So that is why you use this UDC classification scheme. Slowly, when you start using the library physically, you will know that it is very easy. It is made for you to make things easier, to locate the books very easily. And if you find any difficulty initially, you can take help of our library staff. The library is fully automated using Koha software, and collection includes print plus digital resources. So all your issue, return and all is all computerized, and all the collection of the library is we have as strong printed collection dating from 1930s to date. We also have a very equally strong digital collection, that means electronic collection. Library is under CCTV surveillance, and there's internet facility. There are internet ports which are available, through which you can connect to the ICT internet on your laptops or on your smartphones. And also there is Wi-Fi facility on all the 3 floors of the library. The library is open all 7 days a week except for 4 holidays. So technically 361 days we are open. Only for 4 days the library is shut. From Monday to Saturday, the timings are 8:30 to 8:30 in the evening, and on Sundays and on other public holidays, it is 11 to 6. This is the library team. So we have a team of professionals who can help you all when you all visit the library. So the first name is mine, Ms. Madhavi Vadkar. I'm the senior librarian. I head the library. And we have other professionals also who will be available at your service. So whenever you require any kind of help in understanding or locating a book or understanding the collection or searching for a particular on a particular topic, our library staff will help you. The layout, the ground, the library, as I said, has a separate library building. The main entrance to the library is from the 1st floor. So when you enter the library building, straight away you come to the 1st floor, and from 1st floor you can actually enter the library. So there is a property counter outside. You have to leave your belongings outside and then enter the library. The 2nd floor, we have current journals, reference section, we have thesis, and e-library. I'll come to it what all this is about. And ground floor, we have journal archives and photocopying facility, whereas there are facilities like washrooms and drinking water is also available within the library. Now, access to all this collection is through, as I said, we can easily be called as a hybrid library with printed and electronic resources. And access to this collection is through the library portal, the URL of which I have mentioned, ictlibrary.firstray.in. So if you click on this, you go to this URL, you will be able to access the library catalog from printed resources as well as the electronic resources that are available for your access. Just a glimpse or just a few statistics for you all to get an idea that how our library collection is, or the volume of our library collection. So in printed resources, we have more than 77,000 of documents, which includes books, bound volumes, standards, reports, etc. Then we have scholarly journals. Now, what do you mean by scholarly journals? I'm sure many of you might be aware of, but just to tell you very quickly, that you must be all aware of magazines that come to your house, which are periodic, which has news items, which has articles to it, and which has so many things. It might be some sports news or articles on various subjects. Now, a journal is something which is similar to a magazine, which will come out periodically, but it will not have it is subject specific. So a journal won't have something which talks across subjects, thoda sa biology hai, thoda sa chemistry, thoda sa maths bhi hai. That is very rare. A journal will something which is more or less subject specific. So organic chemistry ka journal will have articles which speak about organic chemistry only. So as I said that magazines have articles, similarly a journal will also have articles. Now the only big difference between a magazine and a journal is that a journal will have only scholarly content. The magazine has a lot of entertainment also in it and a lot of news items, but unlike that, a scholarly journal will have only researched articles. So there are some questions. Okay, yeah. It has so we have scholarly content. So journals will have only scholarly content, which are researched articles. So researchers like you or PhD researchers who will do their research and they will share their research findings through these journal articles. Okay. So the first thing when you have to start your thesis and dissertation, your project, you start by reading all this researched articles, which are available in the journal. So that's why they are also called as primary sources of information. So like a book, which is a primary source again, where the author himself, an expert has written the book. So similarly, a researcher would have an expert in that particular subject and has done research, and the findings will be shared through scholarly journal articles. So it is like a primary source of information. Then we also have thesis. So thesis like master's thesis and dissertations, as well as the PhD thesis and dissertations are available. The past students will be available in the library anytime you start with your, before you start with your project, you can come down and have a look at this thesis. Then these are some of the electronic resources. As I said that we have very rich collection of electronic resources. So the first four, Scopus, Reaxys, Web of Science, and SciFinder are the various databases which are I would say the indexing kind of tools, the indexing abstracting kind of databases, which will actually take you to the primary source. So the research articles and all, how do you search these research articles is through certain databases, which are indexing and abstracting databases. So Scopus and the third one, that is Web of Science, is a purely indexing and abstracting database. Okay, so you start your searching your literature through these databases. The second one, Reaxys and SciFinder, is a little different kind of database because it is a database of substances. So actually, it will have everything, all the information about a particular substance. You can, with its molecular structure, with its structure, you can actually draw a structure and search also within that. Need not name a particular substance, but you can make use of Corel Draw and actually draw the structure and search with the help of that structure. You get every information about that substance, that how it is synthesized, how it is synthesized in labs, how it is synthesized in industry, then who are the suppliers who can supply this substance to industries and labs. All this information is available in Reaxys and SciFinder. So these database might be very new, and you must have heard, many of you all must have heard it for the first time. Don't worry, we'll have very soon, later on, we'll have training sessions on each and every of these databases for you all. So there you will actually go through each and every aspect of this database, which database to be used when, what are the strong points of a particular databases. All these you will be taken through. We'll announce these training sessions off and on. You just have to register for the library training sessions and take part in it, whether it is offline or in the online mode. Okay, so don't worry about just thinking, okay, what are these database? But believe me that these are one of the most renowned resources in the field of science and technology. The corporates also subscribe to this database, and I would say that you all, being a part of ICT, are the most fortunate ones to have got access to this database during your academic period, because otherwise in other educational institute, it is very rare that an institute is subscribing to so many number of databases, so you are really the fortunate ones. So when you are here and that you're studying for these 2 years, make the optimum use of all these electronic resources. These are very expensive ones. Then there is e-journals, the journals which I just spoke about, only in the printed form. These are same, but only the thing is that it is in an electronic format. Very similar to a book and an e-book, which I think more or less you must have seen it sometime on the internet, that how an e-book looks like. So it is exactly like a printed book, but only in an electronic format. So similarly, an e-journal is exactly like a journal, but only in a printed format. Then we have access to electronic books. We have certain reports. Then we also have Authenticate and Urkund, which is the second last one, are the plagiarism check softwares. So this is that to check, the faculty member or your guides will actually check what you have submitted through your assignments, whether how much of it has been copied from the internet word to word. So anything copied is against copyright. So we'll do sessions on plagiarism also sometime later for you all, and about these tools also sometime later. Then we also have tools like Grammarly, which will actually help you in writing. Okay, so there's a question that how can we access e-library from now, and I'll tell you that also, just a few slides away. Some services and facilities that we provide, there's circulation, that is issue return. There is bibliography. If you want to know, get a list of books on a particular topic, you can ask the library staff to help you in that. We do orientation programs, we give reference surveys. So anything which you are not able to find on your own, take help of the library staff. They will help you search for literature on particular topics. Then there's photocopying service that is available. We do a lot of training programs, workshops, author workshops, and a lot of events in the library. Please do register for those. They will be announced through email to you all, and you can just register and take part in these events. There's book bank facility, which is more for the UG students. Then few of these electronic services and facilities. So we have a library portal, which I mentioned. Through that, you get access to all our resources, be it printed or be it electronic. Printed, I mean for searching the catalog. Then there's internet facility. There is e-library service. That means some terminals are available on the second floor of the library. You can use these terminals to search for the electronic resources. We have plagiarism check softwares, which I just mentioned. We have self-issue return kiosk also, which are available. So when you physically come to the library, you will see this kiosk. You can self-issue and return the books in the absence of the library staff. We have some Kindles also available, which you can access, but it is only for you can't borrow it from the library outside. You can't take it outside the library, but you can sit in the library and use these Kindles. And we have this remote access facility through which you can access the electronic resources from your home, about which I'll tell you soon. We also help our researchers, especially the master's students and PhD students, to know about various other databases like eShow the Sindhu, eShow the Ganga, citation styles, what all you require in research, in doing your research and actually writing down your research report. So there is plagiarism, NPTEL lectures. How do you access those? NDL and Grammarly. As I said, that it will help you in your writing skills. It will help you with your vocabulary in English writing. So all this we would be, as I said, we'll have a detailed session later. Probably we'll do one very detailed library session for you all sometime later for about 2 hours session, where we'll actually speak in detail about each and every resource that we have. And plus we'll do a lot of these training sessions where actually people from the company come and explain you that how to use Scopus database or how to use Web of Science database or even SciFinder for that matter. This is a circulation counter where you enter, you see the circulation counter, the new arrivals. This is the second floor where all these are the journals about which I just spoke. This is the e-library where terminals are available, where you can actually make use of these terminals to search the electronic resources. The library membership and borrowing, all the bona fide students become the member of the library by default. So you all are now members of Professor M.M. Sharma Library. And there is no separate library card, but your identity card itself is your library card. So it is very convenient to just carry your identity card whenever you visit the library, not only for using the reference material, but also for your issue and return of books. You will be allowed to issue 2 books at a time. The general books will be issued for 15 days and the textbook for 7 days, because there is a lot of demand for textbooks. And if there is no demand, we'll let you keep it for 15 days. Then reference books, journals, and bound volumes and theses are only for reference. That means that you can sit in the library and refer to them. If you happen to return the library book late, then the due date that is given to you, then probably there will be a fine of ₹1 per day that you need to pay. So please return, if you issue books, please return them on time. This is only when you actually physically come to the campus. Now, these are some of the library events and programs that we have so far conducted. I mean, we keep on conducting. Just to give you an example, so we had effective science writing, we do author workshops, we do training sessions on Grammarly, Scopus, Web of Science, and so many other things. So these we keep doing, So as I said, the last one you can see, know your library, resources and access. So there we speak about that which are the electronic resources that you can access sitting at home. These are a few of the images of few of the programs that we conducted so far in our auditorium. The general rules of the library, that identity card is a must. Personal belongings should be kept outside the library. Personal books should not be bought inside the library. should not be brought inside the library. Then mobiles should be on the silent mode so that you don't disturb others. Sleeping, drinking, eating is strictly prohibited in the library. Maintain silence. Do not scratch or write on the tables. Respect the whatever furniture of the library as well. And because you are not the only ones who are going to use it, but it is for everybody to be used. So it's kind of a public property, I would say, of ICT. Then the reader should not write upon or damage the collection of the library. Don't damage the books. Then books taken for reference for referring inside when you're sitting in the library should be kept back in its proper place after you're done with it. So these are the general rules. So that's it for just to give you a glimpse of the library. We'll do, as I said, we'll do a very detailed session later. Now talking about the access to the electronic library, because since you all are, there's some time for you to actually physically come to the library and use the physical resources or the documents that are there in the collection, the printed books and journals of the library. But till then, you can always use the online library, that is the electronic resources of the library. Now, first thing, what is important for that, as I said, that ID card is a must when you visit the library for issue return. Similarly, your institutional email ID is a must for accessing all the electronic resources. Okay, so that is your identity for accessing any electronic resources. Any electronic resource will first ask, what is the email ID? So once they see that, okay, it is ICT's email ID, only then you will be able to enter and search to that electronic resource. So it is kind of your identity for electronic resources. So I don't know whether you have already received your institutional email IDs. Can any one of you unmute and tell me if you have received or not?
Yes, ma'am, some of them have received, some are remaining.
Okay, so as soon as everybody receives the institutional email ID, what I'll do is that I'll register all these institutional email IDs on our remote access solution, which itself is called as remote access, remote and X capital and S small. So on this platform, I'll register all your institutional email ID. As soon as I register your email, you will receive a email in your inbox from remote access saying that your login has been activated. So you just have to, there might be that you will receive some link for activation. So as soon as you click on this activation link, you will be able to access the library. Okay, there's a question, there is an app for the library. No, so far we do not have an app for the library, but the remote access is a very good solution, software, a middleware, which will help you access all the electronic resources of the library. But before that, we'll do a quick session where we'll talk about all these electronic resources in detail, so that when you get your login credentials for accessing the electronic, it becomes much more easier for you and you're much more familiar with the electronic resources of the library. This is a common library's email ID. People living in Mumbai can come to library. Yes, of course. People living in Mumbai, and if they have see, initially, I think that till you actually come physically to the campus, you won't receive your identity card. So when you come to the library, but no harm, no problem about that. You can always visit the library. If the localites can always come to the library anytime in the mentioned time, whatever I have mentioned, from 8:30 to 8:30 in the evening, and on holidays between 11 to 6, you can come and make use of the library, provided that since you do not have an identity card, what you do is you take a printout or you take a photocopy of your fee receipt, and you put your roll number in bold on that fee receipt and paste a small photograph of yours, the recent one, and start using it as an identity card till you actually get your ID card. So those who are localites and stay in Mumbai can very well come to the library with this fee receipt, with this modified as whatever I told you, additions in your fee receipt. You come with that to the library, you will be able to access the library, and you might be able to issue return also. If we get your data in time, probably we'll be able to add all your details in our database as well. So issue return will also start. Okay, so I hope I have answered. Is there any other question? Okay, the ID password in few days. Yeah, in few days, since once all of you all get the institutional email ID, we will receive those from our computer center, that is Information Processing Center, IPC, and with those I'll immediately upload those your institutional emails. I'll register it in the remote access, and you will receive the login credentials soon. So probably in a week's time, I would say, at least it might take a week for you to get access to remote access. No, just getting your institutional email ID will not allow you to access the remote access. Okay, I have to register your email. So I have not done that as yet. So once everybody receives the Excel sheet of it comes to us, then we'll do the needful. We'll register you all, and as soon as you get registered, you will receive an email from them first, and then you will be able to access the electronic resources through the remote access solution. All these resources are available at all 3 campuses. Yes, all these electronic resources are more or less available to all the 3 campuses of ICT. Are there any other questions that you want to ask? Okay, so then with that, thank you very much. And if you have any kind of queries, the email ID that I mentioned, library, you can always write to us through that email ID and ask for any queries, any doubts that you have. Once you get your electronic access, and if you're not in any way able to access it, you can always come back to us through the email. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Prathamesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing students and letting them know about the library and the e-library access. We'll surely get updates regarding the institute IDs, and we'll let you know so that they can access the e-library as soon as possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I'll leave the platform. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Yeah. Going ahead, we'll have a session now with Director IOC Bhubaneswar, Professor Vavya. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible as well.
You want me to share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So how much time I have, Prathamesh?
Sir, half an hour.
It is 4:10 or 4:07 in my watch. Okay, so I may exceed till 4:35 if you don't
Yes,
mind.
sir, sure, no issues.
So, dear students, first of all, good afternoon, and I welcome you all into this orientation. Myself, I am Professor P.R. Vavya, presently on deputation at Odisha campus as a director, working as a professor of pharmaceutics, both at Mumbai campus and at Odisha campus. Now, in my talk, I will be often using IOC as a short term of this campus. The IOC stands for Indian Oil Campus. It is not Indian Oil Corporation, it is Indian Oil Campus. So we call it as ICT, Institute of Chemical Technology, Indian Oil Campus. So I formally welcome you. I'm sure there are students who have opted for Odisha campus. Prathamesh, how many of them are there? I hope they are pharma student, food.
Yes, sir. Pharma, food, and petrochemical engineering, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I suppose there are also students who have opted for Mumbai campus for MTech and MPharm. Are they there in this?
Yes, sir. Everyone is there in the meeting.
Okay,
all the
nice.
MTech admissions.
So, dear students, I also guide students in Mumbai for a pharmaceutical subject. So, those who are MPharm, opted for MPharm, and those who have opted for MTech, pharmaceutical technology for Mumbai campus, I will be guiding them as well. Okay. So, I formally welcome. This is our campus where we have two buildings at Odisha presently. And this is actually a place where we are at present. Now, this is a place which is an IIT Kharagpur Extension Center. We have two buildings opposite sites. So let me give you a little brief on what are the goals and objective of particularly of our institute and how it is connected with the campus at so in my presentation, maybe I'll be talking to you about a little bit in past, because all of you are new, so that you need to know a little bit of history of how these campuses have come up. I'm sure there is also going to be a talk after my talk. Director Jalna will be speaking. Pratham, it's correct? Okay. So
yes, sir. Annapurna sir will be having this.
Okay. So basically, our goal here is maybe to set up a academic institute which will deliver academic program of the highest quality. So when it comes to ICT, you all know that we don't compromise in terms of our quality. So the same vision and the objective what we have is to build that highest quality academic program for Jalna and Bhubaneswar, and conduct impactful and world-class research. Again, both campuses, general, we need to work in tune with both the campuses together, and of course with the Mumbai campus. We are all, working together. So don't worry, as if you are at Jalna or at Bhubaneswar or at Mumbai, believe me, we are all as one campus, we are working. So other objective is to generate intellectual property which improves the productivity and the competitiveness, okay, of the knowledge economy in India. And believe me, in this country, we are the pioneer. When it comes to Bhubaneswar and Jalna campus, we are the pioneer in establishing an undergraduate program which combine the classroom learning, okay, with extensive training in industry research. I may be talking to you maybe one or two slides on what is that undergraduate program which we run, which is both at Jalna and Bhubaneswar. We would also like to be a diverse, inclusive, and unrestricted community of scholars and innovators. We would like no gender differentiation, no community differentiation here. Okay, so that is our objective. Also, we would like to incubate entrepreneurial and collaborator with industry in order to translate inventions to innovation. So when I introduce some of my faculty, you will come to know, what is that type of research which we do, so that we have a good connectivity with industry, and thereby we can translate our inventions to innovation. Enrich society through outreach, engagement and services. So we do a lot of outreach activity, especially those who are in the food technology. They will find very interesting. I will put up one or two slides there as well. And we would like to partner with national and international institutions. We have already started with few of them, but in years to come, we will be doing more partnering with national and international institutes, not only institutions, but also with industries, okay, to expand the science and technology. So our plans basically, if you see, with these aims and objectives, the ICT Mumbai, that is our main campus, off campuses in the state as well as outside the state. We have a campus, and of course, Professor Annapurna will be talking more on the campus which is in Maharashtra, that is at Jalna. I will be talking more on Odisha. Okay, so we have established these 2 campuses in Maharashtra and outside Maharashtra with the goal of starting academic and research program with a state-of-art facility. And the faculty, both the campuses, off campuses, if you see the list of faculties and their expertise, they are the best mix of qualification from India as well, from international universities. Our admissions, you have seen that we are very transparent. It is based on the entrance examination, and in some cases, okay, we go by a GATE score only or a GPAT score. Our faculty student ratio, which we would like, to concentrate more with less number of students. So we say 1:15. In the years to come, we would like to reach more faculty. That means we would like to reduce this from 1:15 to 1:10. That means we would like to concentrate less number of students with more number of faculty, you can say. So the attentions by the faculty can be, very concentrative in terms of number of students. Creating faculty endowments and signing MOUs. So we have already started MOUs, and of course we are having a lot of endowment faculties within Mumbai campus. We are starting with Bhubaneswar campus as well. The course content is based on the advances and need-based technologies. And so we can modify our courses as and when there is a need of a society. The internet connectivity, okay, is very good at this campus. As you must have heard Madhvi madam, that we have a world-class library, especially we talk as an e-library. You will be, as she said, you will be given your login ID, password, and it is a cloud-based. You can access your e-library from anywhere in the world. And we are creating ultra-modern infrastructure. I will show you what are the facilities available at Bhubaneswar. And we are collaborating with industries for projects and internships. And you see, there are several centers of excellence we are planning. One of them, those who are in the food processing and quality. And this is what we are planning in, and also those who are in pharma. Okay, we have in the pharma, if you can, Center for Drug Discovery Engineering. That is one. Center for Nano Drug Delivery. This is another one where the pharma students can get benefit out of it. Like this, there are many centers which we are planning in the years to come, because these centers will benefit you. Now, as I said, we are running a UG program first time in the country. My point number one is about the UG program. We don't call it as UG program. It is an integrated master's basically after 12th. Okay, so this course is a 5-year course. It is mainly dealing with the chemical engineering as a major subjects, and there are 5 minor subjects, where 6 minor subjects where we give a degree, but the main degree will be in chemical engineering. Okay, and we have 15 trimesters. So 9 trimesters are in classes, whereas 6 trimesters student need to go in industry. And this MTech course, 2-year course, which the students who are there in this orientation program, mainly for them, we have presently 3: food, pharma, and petrochemical. We do run a course which is for industry people, and that is called as Executive MTech, which is 6 trimesters, where especially people from industry who are admitted here or enrolled for this particular MTech degree. And this year it is those who get admitted, they must have minimum 8 to 10 years of experience in industry. Then only they can get admission in this course. And we do have several PhD fellowships in engineering, technology, and science. And we also collaborate with skill development programs. So there are a lot of skill development activity which we are planning. So these are those minor which we give to integrated master students in engineering. So our major degree is chemical engineering and a minor with petrochemical, energy engineering, food engineering and technology, pharmaceutical technology, polymer and material engineering and technology, and textile engineering. This is 5 years program after 12th, which we run in Bhubaneswar. As I said, 9 trimesters in classroom and 6 trimesters in industry. And this is how they go to industries. Like we have 2 batches right in the first trimester, and then they get divided in trimester 2. So one batch remains for the lecture, and another batch which goes for the industry training. And then they come back, and then in the next trimester, other batch goes to the industry. They go on like this, and at the end, okay, they come back again, 14 trimester and 15 trimester, and they do their thesis work, that is the research. We deal with many industries, whether manufacturing, analysis, R&D. So these internship, basically what we give is in various segments, in plant training, industry all over India, even industries abroad, our students are given internship. We also include research institute for internship. Local industries in Bhubaneswar are metal, steel, pharma, food, automobile, polymer, and several other industries you can see here. R&D units of government labs where we send our student for internship. For a 2-year course, MTech, we run, as I said, in 3 branches: food technology, food engineering and technology, as pharmaceutical technology, petrochemical engineering and technology. And this is basically a program where we try and do research and a coursework for a 2 years. So basically it is a 4 trimester. We will be teaching you in detail when we have a campus-wise orientation. We will be announcing that very shortly. How are we planning campus-wise orientation? So in today's lecture, I'm just trying to give you some glimpses of what is there in Bhubaneswar. So a Bhubaneswar campus was inaugurated by Srimati and Sri Ramnath Kovind, former Honorable President of India. So the interesting information about this campus is ICT Mumbai, Indian Oil Odisha campus Bhubaneswar is the first example of industry supported. So believe me, this is at present completely supported by the industry, and believe me, there is a good amount of research funding, or we call it as a funding level from Indian Oil Corporation. Presently, we are at IIT Kharagpur Extension Center, and IIT Kharagpur is also joined with us in research and innovation. So we run that executive MTech program with IIT Kharagpur. That is this program. And we have 2 years MTech program, plus we have integrated program, and we have several centers of excellence. And we do research in not only in chemical science, engineering and technology, but also biological science, energy science, material science. We call it as, we do research in the area of green, nano and bio. These are some glimpses of the inauguration which took place at Bhubaneswar. Our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, was present in 2018, 1st September 2018, where the inauguration of the institute took place. And then on 7th September, we started with the classes. So you can see here the students of first year integrated courses with in presence of Union Minister, formerly for Petroleum, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, former Chairman of Indian Oil, Singh, the Director HR, Sri Ranjan Mahapatra, and Director R&D, Dr. Ramakumar, and in presence of our former Vice Chancellor, Professor GDR. Was in 2018, we started this, or we had this inauguration, 7th September. And then we conducted orientation programs. Even the parents were present, and we called some experts to deliver the talk for the students. These are the glimpses. There are several addresses by visiting faculties. We do give importance and invite faculties. Now, if you look at our admission, especially people will be interested to know these admission MTech course, 2-year full time. In 21, we started 2 years MTech. So food, pharma, and metro. So 26 students in the first year, 21, 22 admitted. In this year, there are 37 students admitted. This 2 years MTech. We do have a good number of PhDs, scholars at Bhubaneswar. Every year we admit with the fellowship from ICT IOC. These are the glimpses where we started with executive MTech course with IIT Kharagpur. So the MOU signing ceremony with IIT Kharagpur. And there are several other MOUs which are signed by our former director or vice chancellor or a present chancellor or present vice chancellor. These are some glimpses. Campus infrastructure, I would like to maybe quickly take you to our website, because this is the building. There's a second building where we run our classes, and also there are some this building, beautiful greenery around this campus. This is our computer facility where the student have access to library also, which is e-library. Well, I will take you to more insight about our infrastructure. Presently, if you see our infrastructure, if you visit our library, our website, our website off campus, and if you take click ICT IOC Bhubaneswar, and there you will find this our geotag photograph. And I want to just quickly take you to some high-end equipments facility which we have. So this is the facility presently is at other campus, which is College of Engineering and Technology, which is the entry gate for a highly sophisticated equipment facility, where we have a seminar hall, we have a staff room, and the data centers in this area, the electric panel room, and some sophisticated instrument like atomic force microscopy you can see here. Believe me, these are very expensive equipments. The in-charge room, the server room which is there, pantry, store room, and this is the liquid nitrogen plant which we have. We generate our own liquid nitrogen, and we also give it to a nearby institutions. The high resolution TM, which will be useful to many students who are doing research, with the UPS room. Then SEM, which is advanced, we call it as FESEM. Then SEM also we have facility of SEM, scanning electron microscopy. Then XRD and PXRD. So these are the two different equipments. This is the corridor. This is the NMR facility, 400 megahertz NMR. Those who are in chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, we are using this equipment quite often. DG. So this is about some sophisticated instrument. But then believe me, there are many other instruments facility which we have at Bhubaneswar. This is the only institute you can consider maybe in the country where, in the first year itself, when we started this campus, there are a lot of equipments which are purchased, mainly, catering to a high-end research. And thereby these equipments are there, worth more than 70 crores. Okay. And you name chromatographic techniques. We have all the chromatographic techniques which are there, UV, visible, FTIR, DSC, and many other equipments which are there. So because of the paucity of time, I will not discuss all these equipment, but then when we take up the orientation program, I will be taking up in detail all these equipments also. Coming to just a quick glimpses of our faculty, Dr. Lisa Roy does work in computational chemistry. Dr. Chayan Sattar works in momentum transfer, some reaction engineering and mathematical modeling. I'm sure some of the pharma students will be undertaking some modeling studies. Dr. Ritesh Malani is basically, into the heterogeneous catalyst. Definitely the chemistry student, pharmaceutical chemistry student will be looking forward for heterogeneous catalyst. Dr. Ramakanta is on, his research area is on nanostructured material, which is again useful to many pharma students. We have Psychonomic, he is also working on material science, basically on nanomaterial. And Dr. Nibindu is basically a polymer chemist. So, biodegradable polymer and all those new polymer, which is his research area. Dr. Ambabu is chemistry and pharmaceutical chemistry. He teaches. He's basically a research interest is in chemical biology. He does a lot of work in. Then Dr. Sanjeev Acharya is a mathematician, so does a lot of mathematics applications. I'm sure research methodology, maybe if you are going to learn, he will be of some asset to you. And again, Dr. Ashish Adak is also a mathematician. So he does research in nonlinear plasma theory. Dr. Ayantika said she is into the chemical process control, heat transfer. Dr. Sanchari Basu, her main research is into energy, renewable energy. And Dr. Saikat Bhaumik is again a chemist, does a lot of work in the area of materials. And Dr. Saurabh Patankar, his research is on waste management and valorization. His main focus is on waste management. And Dr. Abhay Kotkundavar is basically an analytical chemist. All those analytical high-end equipments, Dr. Abhay single-handedly, handles all these equipments and maintain these equipments. Dr. Kruti Doria, she's a biochemical engineer. So she does some advanced research in biological science. Dr. Shivanand Chetpole is basically into food. So he does a lot of work in the food, advanced food technology, food packaging, then science and technology in the area of food analysis, food process engineering. So there's a lot of work in food science and food technology. Dr. Sushma Chakravarti, her research again dealing with chemical engineering. So she also does work on food processing, separation technology, membrane separation technology. Dr. Sonal Aikar, he is EFAM Tech and then further PhD. Basically, her research is in biological science, bioengineering, bioprocess technology. So she does a lot of work in pharmaceutics, pharmacology, industrial pharmacy, pharmaceutical technology, and also she'll be teaching some of the courses. And then we have visiting faculty, Rajni Menon, Balamani Ravishankar, and some of the Udicity alumni, Dr. Denis Jensen, who teaches pharmaceutical and fine chemical subjects to our MTech students. Dr. Pawan Kumar, he takes some course on patent. Then Dr. Chetan Sinde is MPharm and PhD and again patent law. Prada, she's the director in charge of the MSc in food technology. So she takes the courses on food safety and regulatory. Dr. Sangram teaches biological science and bioengineering. Dr. Shantanu Samant, again, a Udicity alumni, presently associate director at Mondelez. He teaches our MTech course for carbohydrate chemistry, MTech in food safety, carbohydrate chemistry and technology, biotechnology of fermented. He will be teaching you. Then we have Dr. Sujata Chivate. She is analytical and medicinal chemist. She is mainly teaching the subjects which are on food analysis. And she's also a qualified food. Okay, so this is all about our faculty member. Dear students, I'll just glance with some photographs of this. I've already shown you some facility. Some of our students' activity, which you can see here. There are internship, our students, they pick up, I said, industry. So there are some photographs of students visited National Institute. Well, some of the industries. For students' achievements, it's worth noting it. There are students who are for internship, they are selected in international university. You can see that the students were in Moscow. Some of the students were working on wind turbine optimizations. Okay. So the students will definitely enjoy on this campus because there are a lot of extracurricular activity. These are the students who are selected for Canadian government internship program. So they are at present in Canada doing their internship. So there are several student related activities. We celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi. All the programs, all the Jayantis we celebrate here. Independence Day, you can see past the Independence Day was celebrated. You can make out from the mask. This was during COVID period. And the chief guest was Neeraj Chopra for this event. We also take our students for sports visit, village visits. Yeah, our chairman, former chairman of Indian Oil Corporations, visited our campus. And we also represent Science Congress, try and educate the students, webinar conducted. We also do a lot of outreach activity. The lake in Odisha, we have undertaken an activity cleaning of this lake with our technology of our own Vice Chancellor, Honorable Professor A.P. Pandit. So he has his own technology, which is the patented technology. We are, purifying this water. So it is basically a hydrodynamic cavitation technology, where the water is pumped through a narrow gap, and it is because of the cavitation bubble, and there is, the purification. Take the bubbles, and thereby the microbes are also okay. There are a lot of other outreach. We help the villages to advance technology. So there is a village which in Odisha we have adopted where the value addition. So the onions which are cultivated there, we have our drying technology. So they dry this onion using our technology of ICT, and these dried onions are then sold in a number of places in Odisha, where there is a lot of value addition, especially in hospitals and hotels, businesses. These technology right from the grinder till the dryer, these are innovations of ICT Odisha. We go to a lot of villages and educate them with respect to their value addition. So a lot of food technology students will enjoy these activities. We have a project from government NCDC. A lot of funding is available for us. Number of other faculty members are doing outreach activity. We do invite speakers from other universities deliver talk. Professor Samir Maitri Gotri, a renowned professor in pharmaceutical nanotechnology from Harvard University, visited our campus. And well, I've given you a feedback on our introduction to our faculty. We do have, I missed out one more faculty. We have Professor Anand Patwardhan, who is our Deputy Director, presently here in this campus. He is also from Mumbai, and his research interest is in chemical engineering. Well, before I end, I just want to introduce one of my faculty members, Prathamesh. I will be taking up. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sure. Go ahead.
I will quickly ask Sushma, Dr. Sushma Chakrabarti. I'm unsharing my screen. Dr. Sushma Chakrabarti. Hello. Prathamesh, you can just.
Yes, sir. Ma'am is there in the meeting.
So you can unmute her if you can. Hello, Dr. Sushma. Well, we will be having a separate orientation program, but at this point of time, I would like to introduce Dr. Sushma Chakrabarti. Hello, Dr. Sushma.
I guess ma'am has some issues with the mic. She is on unmute mode.
So, she's on unmute, correct?
She's not audible. Yeah, she has unmuted, but she's not audible.
Okay. So, dear students, we do have fellowship coming from the government AICT. So I request all the students, Dr. Sushma Chakrabarti will be interacting with you. Yes, she is logged in. Dr. Sushma, can you at least put on your video? Hello? Yes, you are not audible. Dr. Sushma, can you speak? You are not audible.
No, ma'am, you are not audible. I guess there is some issue with the mic.
Anyway, Dr. Sushma, you can see her. You can, students, you can note down her email ID. Hello. So her email ID, Dr. S. Chakrabarti at iocb.ictmumbai.edu.in. Sushma madam, next slide, please. So she is actually coordinating the students' activity with AICT. So generally, she looks after student ID creation, student form verification, student monthly attendance, and other activities which is related to disbursement of your PG scholarship, which is generally coming from AICT. So she will be contacting you because we need to give all these information to AICT. So the candidates who are eligible for receiving scholarship from AICT, so those who are qualified GATE or GPAT, okay, Dr. Sushma will be contacting all the students and you need to provide the information to her so that we can, submit it to AICT. So Prathamesh, thank you very much. This is all from ICT IOCP. And once again, I'm looking forward to see all the students. Hopefully we will be starting our classes initially online and then offline maybe from September. We will be announcing the date. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the session. Yeah. After this, we'll be having Director Jalna Marathwada Campus, Professor Anna Pure with us. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, sir, we can continue. Professor Annapuri.
Yes, let me share the screen. So, good afternoon to all, and welcome to ICT. As all the master students are here for this orientation program. Professor Vavia, Director, Bhubaneswar campus, have already deliberated the goals and objectives of both the campuses, ICT Bhubaneswar as well as ICT Jalna campus, and he has given you quite a detailed information about both the campuses and the objectives and goals of these campuses, what we would like to achieve, how we want to contribute to the society by the way of education. So thank you, Vavia sir, for making my job quite easier, because you have already explained those things. So I'm not going to repeat those things in particular. Here at Institute of Chemical Technology, Marathwada campus, Jalna, definitely we have the vision to be a vibrant educational institute with innovative programs and research culture in the field of chemical and allied sciences. The mission of our institute includes to produce trained engineers and problem solver research fellows, to develop science and technologies for global standards having relevance to India as well as to the local industry from Marathwada region in particular, develop entrepreneurship and provide incubation centers for encouraging startups in the Marathwada region. This is also we are planning very soon to catalyze the process of generating wealth from the knowledge, creating the bridge among industry, agriculture, environment, and the society. These are the mission statement for ICT Jalna campus, and we are bound to work towards all these vision and mission statements. Like Bhubaneswar campus, the ICT Marathwada campus is also established on May 4th, 2018, and the academic inauguration was done on August 28, 2018. So we have started the first batch of Tech here. Then in 2020, we have started with the master's programs. You can see there are 3 master's programs we are running at this moment at Jalna campus. Tech Polymer Technology, which is having the intake capacity of 18, Tech Food Engineering and Technology, having the intake capacity of 18, and Tech Pharmaceutical Technology, which is also having the intake capacity of 18. Along with that, since inception, since the day one of the establishment of this off-campus, PhD is also parallelly started. So as of now, we are having more than 28 PhD scholars working on the campus. Some of them are sponsored by the ICT, and some of them are also sponsored by sponsored on various industrial projects or the funding from the government agencies. And some of the students are having their own fellowship like the UGC or CSI or JRF. On the account of the number of students, if you see at this moment on campus, we are having 305 total students, 14 permanent faculty members, and 25 plus contractual and visiting faculty as of today, because still we are waiting for the recruitment from the state government. So, and that will be also come in existence very soon, probably this year only. The campus as such is situated at rented premises in MIDC area of Jalna, where there is a biotechnology park, the space designated for the biotechnological industries, and one of the company, Shital, who have offered this campus to us for a temporary phase, which we are presently holding here at Jalna. Along with the required infrastructure, we definitely have lot many sophisticated analytical instruments. The list is in front of you, and these are the instruments which you all will be using for your research during your MTech program. We have a separate computer lab with 70+ workstations, which will be extensively used by undergraduate and postgraduate students. Here, even it is being used by masters and PhD students for their carrying out their literature review, literature survey, and all those things, because all the workstations are well connected with the library. Classroom facilities are advanced classrooms are there with digital blackboards and with the lecture recording facility also. Among the instruments, the high-end equipments like X-ray diffraction, isothermal titration, ICP-MS, Raman microscope, confocal Raman microscope, BET surface area analyzer, electrochemical workstation, gas chromatograph, GCMS, what we call HPLC, then wide spectrum light source photoreactors, microsynthesis reactors. These are the few to name, but there are many such equipments we are available at this moment where you can easily carry out your all research. These are some of the laboratories, pictures of the laboratories where our PhD students as well as some of the master students are also working in all the laboratories. Most of the laboratories are well-furnished laboratories with all equipments and all necessary infrastructures. These are some of the equipment particularly dedicated to all master students. So all this equipment can be used by all the master students. It doesn't matter from which branch you are, whether it's a polymer, food, or pharma, everybody is allowed to use the equipment which is required for his or her research. ICT Jalna campus have also have the MOUs signed with national and international organizations like Universidad de Castilla, which is at Spain. That university we have the MOU. Sri Guru Govind Singh Ji Institute of Engineering and Technology at Nanded, Matsyaddhari Shikshan Sanstha Jalna, which is a local engineering institution, and which is very much helpful for us for various activities, as we were new initially, so they have helped us a lot. Marathwada Institute of Technology, Aurangabad, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, Maharashtra Agro Industries Development Corporation, India, that is NOGA, which you call. Then Vasantrao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapit, Parvani, Devgiri College, Aurangabad. We are involved in various MOUs with nearby institutions so that collaboration can happen and the exchange of faculty, exchange of students can be possible, which will be helpful for the development of the students, career of the students, as well as development of this particular region, that is Marathwada. Here actually we have got the co-curricular activities also where students are involved. We have celebrated the World Food Day programs, then nutrition awareness program in the villages, particularly so that the it was pertaining to the women health, and that all the women were trained to maintain their nutritional requirements so that they can maintain the health in a proper manner. Then we do organize some of the webinars or the seminars as possible, because we have a lot many equipments, and we are actually organizing the hands-on training for all such kind of equipments. Recently, we have organized the hands-on training for the HPLC. Same with the Raman spectroscopy was a webinar, but very soon we are going to arrange the workshop, which is the hands-on, so that individuals can really work on the instrument and carry out the experiment. Apart from that, we are organizing the lecture series, which is known as a colloquy, and under which we are actually inviting the eminent scientists, eminent professors, or the eminent personalities from the industry to interact with our students, so that the students will have the broad horizon of the engineering, science, and technology together. All they are from the different fields, including the economics. So we do invite all kind of expertise so that student will get the exposure to different knowledge, different environment, and different new upcomings, advancement in the particular areas. In addition to that, we are involving the students also to take part in various competitions organized by some of the local organizations or some of the institutions, colleges, where our students can participate and exhibit their talent amongst the others. And that is we would like to encourage all the students to take part in such extracurricular activities, so that can be helpful for the career of the students also. These are some of the industries involved in the campus placements, and as of today, the average package is around 5.5 lakhs per annum, and these are the different industries. Some of them are from food, pharma, chemical engineering, and some polymer industries are there, where our students are recruited on regular basis. Apart from that, Maharashtra government have allocated the 200 acres land in the Jalna to establish the ICT. So at this moment, work is in progress to develop the institution there, and we are waiting for some of the sanctions from the Maharashtra government, and probably that will also come very soon, so that we can have our own campus, and we can very soon transfer or go to our own land, own campus. As far as the faculty members are concerned, here at Jalna campus, we have all the required faculty members to teach you. Wherever the faculty members are not available in a particular subject or area, we are actually inviting the visiting faculty for that. Some of the faculty members will be interacting with you in online mode also, because they have that particular expertise, and we don't want to lose them just because they cannot come to the campus offline. But we want to definitely involve them so that you will get the exposure to the knowledge and the expertise which they are having. So we want to expose our students to all the possible expertise, to develop the expertise within the students as per your interest. So you should be able to cater the society, cater the need of the industry. Probably we encourage you to come up with the startups also after you graduate from the ICT. And you should be able to set your own business. Instead of job seekers, I think you should be job giver. That is our objective of the ICT. And if we could definitely bring out some of such entrepreneurs, then our vision and mission will be definitely satisfied. So with this short introduction about the Jalna campus and all, I have given to you. As I said, Professor Wabia have mentioned many things in details, and it is equally for both the campuses. So there is no distinguishing between Jalna campus, Bhubaneswar campus, or main campus. We all are there together. So he has mentioned all the things. So it is extendable to the Jalna campus also. So this is what is from my side, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. If any questions are there, probably we can.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure.
Please.
If anyone has any queries regarding Jalna campus or Bhubaneswar campus, professors are here. You can ask it.
I will stop sharing.
They can raise their hand and then maybe we can ask the question.
Sir, a basic query among students was that about the hostels allotment in the off campuses. So about that, most of the students needed to know.
As of today, as per the Jalna campus is concerned, we don't have the hostel facility here for master students. Actually, we have hired one building here where the flats are there, but the flats which are available at this moment are even not enough for our integrated master students. So it's very difficult to accommodate the two-year master's programs. Last year also, I think all the students have made their own arrangement, and it's not very difficult in the Jalna because you can get the some of the houses or the flats where which can be shared by 2 or 3 students together, and I think that would be more cost effective also for you people. Only thing that you have to hunt for them initially, but even the second year students who are there at present here at Jalna, I think they will assist you because they have already found out the places where you can also get connected with them so that they will help you in that.
With respect to Bhubaneswar campus, yes, there is a hostel facility available where some PG students stay. But at the same time, we do have that model which Professor Annapura is mentioning. Many of our tech students, they stay outside as a PG, where they will find more economical accommodation, like Jalna. So our MTech students do stay as a PG outside, but yes, we can accommodate them in hostel if they want.
Annapura sir, one question from a student is when will the online lecture start for MTech programs in Jalna campus?
So here actually, as I discussed yesterday with Vavya sir also, so And main campus is also starting initially for 2 weeks. It is online, no?
Yes, sir, initially it's online, yeah.
So I am also of that opinion. At Jalna campus also, we will start initially online for 2 weeks, because what happened actually here now, we have some 4-5 days holidays in the month of August, correct? 13, 14, 15, 16.
Yes, sir, the continuous set of holidays.
So if I ask the students to come and join from 3rd of August, again they will face that particular time as a holidays where they don't have to do anything. So in that case, I would rather suggest we would start our course also offline from the 17th of August, but students can come 3-4 days before, or as those days are holidays, they can come here and hunt for the accommodation. They can search for the accommodation and get settled within those holidays, so that from 17 onward they can join the college on regular basis. Then they will not lose anything out of that, because classes and all will be started, and as they are already settled with their accommodation and all, those problems will not be there. So I think from 17th onwards we will start with the offline, but till time we will continue on the as online as main campus and Bhubaneswar campus.
Sir, I think Mumbai campus is planning to start maybe in September offline. Not sure what Prathamesh has to say. Prathamesh?
Yes, sir, in the month of September, most probably
15th.
after September. Yeah.
Yes, so because they have some hostel issues there, I suppose, correct, Prathamesh?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As per DKP's instructions in the session as well, he informed that a minimum a month, and it might get extended till the half of the semester, half of the first semester.
So when are they starting their classes?
Sir, the online classes will start from Monday, 1st August, but the offline classes, the schedule isn't yet up.
Okay, so we are planning mostly on first week once it gets over. So we may have some orientation program which we are planning to start not from first, but we will be starting the next week. That is on 8th onward. And maybe a first week, whole week, we would like to have some introductory, the orientation, and then we start the lectures maybe from 16th. So we will announce this to the students, have their email IDs, and we will be informing them directly.
Yes, sir. Maybe in the coming week, all the technical terms, let that get sorted, the institute mail IDs, the MIS and everything. And then you can update the students accordingly.
No, we have already assigned them the numbers also, and I suppose we have updated their email IDs. Maybe they can check, but then we will announce when are we going to have the detailed the classes and on our website and to the students directly by email. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, one more question in the chat about Bhubaneswar campus, about Jalna campus, I guess. Are the core subjects and electives same at Jalna campus as those at Mumbai campus, and the faculty for the same?
No, actually the core subjects, core is core, so core subjects will be same for all 3 campuses. Electives may be different, and of course the faculty will also be different. As it is an offline course, if it would have been online, then probably faculty would have same, but now it is not possible. So as it is offline, there are separate faculties recruited at Jalna campus, Bhubaneswar campus. So they will be engaging all the classes. So faculty members will be different. Some of the faculty members, some of them is, I think the only one faculty member may be the common, which is Dr. Shantanu Saman, who will be teaching carbohydrate chemistry and technology. So, and he will be taking online classes. for Bhubaneswar as well as the Jalna campus. So he will be common for both the campuses, I think. But the rest of the faculty members are different. Faculty members at Bhubaneswar will engage the students. Faculty member at Jalna campus will engage at the Jalna students. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. I guess
only the electives can be different, but core subject will be the same for all three campuses. That is for sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, the next question is about the campus placements for petrochemical engineering in Bhubaneswar campus.
It's not difficult. Petrochemical in Bhubaneswar is supported by the Indian Oil Corporation, and there are many petrochemical industries are basically linked with this. So I'm sure with the campus, petrochemical will not be a difficult task to the appointment is not difficult when we talk about petrochemical. Yes. Are there questions there? Pharmaceutical. What is that? Prathamesh, can you read that? Without that question.
Yes, sir. Just a second.
That's the question you can take. Why students are asking that question. It's typically related to my availability. Yes, placement at Bhubaneswar food technology is also good. Believe me, there are many food technology companies are on their interest. The previous batch to this 21 batch, this batch, not the 22 batch, 1 batch, 22 batch. We already started the placement. They were already.
Sir, I guess about pharmaceutics, the question is, can we do research project in pharmaceutics, or we have only pharmaceutical chemistry for research at ICT IOC?
No, it is pharmaceutics also.
Yeah.
Okay. I am a professor of pharmaceutics. I will be taking students both Bhubaneswar and both Mumbai also. So over at informed students are there. I'll be guiding their pharmaceutics also, and also at Bhubaneswar. So at Bhubaneswar, we will have both. Orientation will be online because we don't want to start offline classes immediately. Orientation will be online for Bhubaneswar. Yes, Prathamesh, I think no question.
Yes, sir. No any further questions. We are done for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, what about Jalna campus orientation? There is a question.
Sir, you're on mute. Annapura, sir.
Okay. Sorry. For Jalna campus orientation, we will inform the students through the mail by tomorrow evening. The orientation program and all. We have planned it. We will inform them. So they will receive the mail from Jalna campus about orientation program. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you everyone for attending today. Thank you, Bhavya sir, and thank you, Annapura sir.
Okay, Professor Annapure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prathamesh. Well coordinated.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prathamesh, for coordinating very nicely.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Today there was no any attendance link. So just the attendance was taken for the first day.